Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV here to bring you live updates about the Iran war. The Strait of Hormuz, which was at least partially open yesterday, does not appear to be open anymore. Reports say that Iran has told ships it is closed now. And also, multiple ships attacked in the strait in the past day, apparently by Iran. So Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, not like partially having it partially closed, but saying it's close. And also apparently attacking ships. And we only have we have 4 days. The 22nd is when, April 22nd is when the end of the ceasefire is. It's April 18th right now. So only 4 days left until the ceasefire ends. Will that ceasefire be renewed? Will there be new fighting? I don't know, but so President Trump yesterday had claimed that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz and never close it again. President Trump yesterday said the Strait of Hormuz situation was over. But it's clearly not over. Still seeing some reporting that the U.S. and Iran could meet for negotiations on Monday in Pakistan. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. So we're going to get you updates. We're going to take your comments on the air. Oh, look at this. I just saw this. Hang on. From Iranian state media, I just saw something. Here it is. Iranian Revolutionary Guards Navy, Strait of Hormuz closed. Look, this is from IRNA, from Iran state media, IRNA. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Navy Public Relations Department announced in a statement that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed this evening, Saturday, and emphasized that the statements of the terrorist U.S. president in the Strait of, I think it's about the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, have no credibility. According to IRNA, on Saturday night, the text of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy Public Relations Statement is as follows. Yesterday, Friday, following the announcement by Iran of allowing civilian vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, a number of vessels passed through the this is Lark Corridor that would be the specific pathway through the strait that Iran tells ships they need to take near Larak Island. So that's Larak Corridor. Anyways, yesterday, Friday, following the announcement by Iran of allowing civilian vessels to pass through the Larak Corridor, a number of vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz under the management and coordination of the IRGC Navy, says Iran. However, following the violation of the ceasefire agreement, the American enemy did not lift the naval blockade of Iranian vessels and ports. So the Strait of Hormuz was closed from this evening until the blockade is lifted. Therefore, we warn that no vessel of any kind should move from its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, and approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. Wow. We also inform all vessels and their owners to follow news only from the official IRGC Navy and Channel 16 sources, and that the statements of the terrorist and American president in about the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf have no credibility. So, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy announces the Strait of Hormuz is closed until the U.S. lifts the naval blockade, and any vessel approaching the strait will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be fired upon, will be targeted. So there you go. That's from Iranian state media. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Oopsie. Let me do this real quick. Hold on a moment. I need something. Give me one more second. Give me one more second here. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Navy announces the Strait of Hormuz is closed until the U.S. lifts the naval blockade, and any vessel approaching the strait will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. So, I mean, it's very interesting because not only are they saying it's closed, but they literally say here, no vessel of any kind should move from its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. That's on either side of the strait. And approaching the Strait of Hormuz, will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. So there you go. There's no ambiguity about it. They clearly have said it's closed, and no one can go through. I want to take some comments from you guys. Sorry, I literally, that got posted. No joke. That got posted at about 19 minutes ago, and so I probably saw it 10 minutes ago. So that got posted on Iranian state media, IRNA, about 9 minutes after we came on the air. So the timing actually worked out that I could show that to you right away. Billy says, this soap opera is crazy. Redacted Wet Art says, nothing has changed except oil prices. Husband says, are we back at war? Now, by the way, I cannot imagine, of course, that President Trump is going to lift the naval blockade. Um, there's actually Wall Street Journal is reporting that the U.S. is going to start boarding and seizing ships in international waters. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I mean, who knows? You know, will there still be negotiations in Pakistan, as some are reporting? I don't know. This seems pretty not good. There's also discussion about whether, and some of our viewers have talked about this, whether, are different people in power in Iran with different views. There's one view that, well, the Revolutionary Guard is more hardcore, and they want to fight more, and as opposed to like the foreign minister Aragchi. I don't know that. I don't know if clearly there's been some mixed signals coming out of Iran, but I don't know if that means that there's a big argument among different people in the Iranian at the heads of Iran, at the head of Iran, or in the Iranian power circles, or if it's just some kind of strategic ambiguity thing where they like to keep, like to sort of throw out that, for the people who might want to negotiate, they might want to put out there, oh yeah, we're ready to negotiate, but then also for other reasons they put out that they're really hardline. So I don't know what's going on there. I can't speak to what's going on inside Iran and inside among the people who are running Iran. But just yesterday, the foreign minister had posted that it was open again. Although when he said open subject to the, boats still had to take the prescribed route that goes close to the Iranian coast if they wanted to go through. So as I was saying yesterday, I wasn't reading too much into his post, but he did say it was open. And then a day later, you have this announcement from the Revolutionary Guard Navy that it's closed. How can a Navy that doesn't exist close the strait, says Bill Herman. So Iran doesn't have to use the way they closed the strait initially was not lining up a lot of big ships. They closed the strait basically by attacking or having a viable threat of attacking ships. For that, they don't even need a Navy. They don't need ships. In theory, they can fire drones. They can fire missiles. As I'm going to mention, there was a report. There are reported several ships have been attacked in the past day by Iran, and one of them reportedly got attacked by, what was it? Small, like a gunboat. Where was it? There was one which was fired on by a projectile and hit by a projectile. So, that could just be fired from the shore. Another one reported a splash near the boat. Again, that could be fired from the shore. And another one report from UKMTO said there were 2 IRGC gunboats, which I assume could be smaller boats. So Iran doesn't need a navy of large destroyers, huge ships to effectively close the strait. Killer Rob says fast attack boat. It's Same says, where is this going to end? I got to show you also, it's really striking. There were ships hours ago that looked like they had crossed through, and they actually did a U-turn and they went back. This is not what we covered last night. This is after last night. This is a few hours ago. Hey, before we get into that, let me just thank our moderators. Janet B is here moderating. Hey, thanks, Janet, for moderating. Ruth is moderating. Carms is moderating. Thank you. And hang on a moment here. We have, hold on. Actually, let me do something real quick. Before I thank everybody else. Well, no, I'll do this right now. Thank you to our Twitch mods. I have something I need to do. Matthew Kohai 3 is modding. Thanks, Matthew. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And hold on a second here. Actually, let me do something real quick. I hear two of me. Before I thank everybody else. I hear two of me. Okay, hold on. Kay Lowry Body's modding over there on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. Now, what I want to do is I want to just do this, where I do this, 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 this. If I can get this here, and then put that there. Okay, good. And then we do this. And then we don't need that. We don't need that. And I add there it is. Look at that. It's a little bright. I'm going to use it to do a different one. Let me try this one more time. Let me do this one more time. We'll do this. There. Good. I like that. That's looking good. That's looking good. Good. Let's put that up there. Let's get that up on the screen again for you. There it is. So again, this is about a half hour ago. That came out on Iranian state media. Let's look at that again. Let's look at that again. Oh, thanks, by the way, also so much to the THX 1974, who gave 20 memberships to people. Hey, the THX 1974, that's so kind of you. Please make sure you thank the THX if you got a membership from them. Also, thanks Thomas P0419, who gave a bunch of memberships. Thomas has given so many memberships to our viewers. Thanks so much, Thomas. Thank Thomas if he gave you a membership too. Thomas is from Sweden. Thank you. Also, KWNY Upstate. Thank you. It has never been open since the start of the war. Wait and see. Yeah, it has never been fully open since the start of the war, but it was, I agree with you, KNWI Upstate. It was partially open last night. I mean, I actually posted on, after our broadcast last night, several hours after I posted a video which showed a number of tankers did go through last night, after we were off the air. There's been ships going through pretty much every day. I don't know if every single day, but if not most days, ships have been allowed through by Iran, a limited number. So it's been partially open. It's not been completely closed, but it's been effectively closed, subject to Iranian letting ships through. But Iran's announcement now is different. You know, during the war, the usual during the war is that it's open, but you have to have Iran's permission to go through. This says just closed. This says nobody goes through. Native BK says, this is getting ridiculous. Thanks, Emrod DRM. Thank you. And also Jay Clinton, who says, time to say goodbye, Iran. Thanks also Naomi Russo and Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch. Also Klobby for subscribing on Twitch. Metatwix for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, by the way, Cubat gave 10 gift subs on Twitch. Wow, that's really nice of Qbat. Qbat, thanks so much. Please thank Qbat if you got a gift sub from Qbat. Also, Holistic, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. All right, let's read this again. This is quite important. And actually, before I read this, I just want to quickly refer to refresh your memory, President Trump posted a bunch yesterday morning about negotiations with Iran and claimed repeatedly Iran had agreed to open the strait, and he said they'd agreed to open it forever. So, for example, Trump said yesterday, we need to do... Ooh, you can't see that. I see. Hold on. You'll see it in a second. One moment. What's the way to do this? I'm going to do it this way. I know you're seeing two things on the screen right now. That's better. So Trump had said, for example, Iran, he said yesterday in the morning, Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz, he meant, is fully open and ready for full passage. He also had claimed yesterday that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. That process should go very quickly, and that most of the points are already negotiated. He had also posted yesterday, Trump, now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over. President Trump also posted yesterday, Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. So that was yesterday. So now we have this. This is from just about a half hour ago, posted on Iranian state media. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, Strait of Hormuz is closed as of this evening. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy Public Relations Department, announced in a statement that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed this evening, Saturday, and emphasized that the statements of the terrorist U.S. president about the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf have no credibility. I believe this translation is about. Also, this again is from Iranian state media IRNA. According to IRNA on Saturday night from Sepah News, the text of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Navy's public relations statement is as follows. So this is the statement from the Revolutionary Guard. Yesterday, Friday, following the announcement by Iran of allowing civilian vessels to pass through the Larak corridor, a number of vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz under the management and coordination of the IRGC Navy. However, following the violation of the ceasefire agreement, the American enemy did not lift the naval blockade of Iranian vessels and ports, so the Strait of Hormuz was closed from this evening until the blockade is lifted. They say they will not open the strait until the naval blockade is lifted. Therefore, we warn that no vessel of any kind should move from its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, that's the water on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz, and approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. We also inform all vessels and their owners to follow news only from the official IRGC Navy and Channel 16 sources, and that the statements of the terrorist American president about the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf have no credibility. I want to update my headline. I'm going to leave it like this. Actually, I mean, I'm going to go. We know that, I mean, we know several ships in the Strait were attacked. I want to make it clear that it's by Iran. I mean, UKMTO said that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard attacked a ship, and then 2 other ships were attacked. I don't know who else would be attacking them. Why don't we do this? Iran closes Strait of Hormuz, reportedly attacked several ships in Strait. That works for me. Tim Law says the response will hurt. Now, this is happening while the oil market is closed. The oil market does not open until tomorrow, Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We were talking yesterday about, will something happen this weekend? I was thinking maybe it'd be maybe a bit of a quiet weekend, but no. Cron says, so is Trump just imagining these things then tweeting about them? I don't know what he heard about what Iran said. That I can't tell you. Thanks, by the way, to Jennifer Smith, our member, who says Iran bloc stops humanitarian supplies to Iran sad. I mean, the way they wrote it, literally nothing can come through. Thank you, Pete, 1987, for being a member. Thanks, Trump Taco Chicken from Argentina, for your support. Ray P6, thanks for being a member. Charlotte Richardson, thanks for being a member. David Gardner, thank you. Jay Clintron, thank you. Let me also show you what happened. So several hours ago, it was reported that Iran had started telling ships in the Strait that the Strait was closed. For example, Reuters reported, Phil Stewart, that Iran was about 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, about 5 hours ago, Reuters' Phil Stewart reported that that Iran was broadcasting a message to ships, and that message was, attention all ships, regarding the failure of the U.S. government to fulfill its commitment in the negotiation, Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz completely closed again. No vessel of any type or nationality is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That was being reported, 5 hours ago, that that this statement was being broadcast to ships. You can see right here that matches this statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. Sketty Sandwich says, I wonder if Trump said it was open to get ships moving, then they get attacked, and that would bring them in on war? Real Pew 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 says the social media war, this is so dumb. I miss old wars where leaders weren't tweeting their international policies and hand slapping like toddlers. That's from Real Pew Pew Pew. Citizen John Public says it's exhausting. Remember, we are just 4 days before the end of the ceasefire. I have a question. Might Trump not even wait for the end of the ceasefire? By the way, the headline on Fox right now says, now Iran says Strait of Hormuz. Oh, they just said Strait of Hormuz closed again. But I think that headline might have been up there a while ago. They might have been running that headline all day. But is there any chance that President Trump sees this and, several ships have been reportedly attacked in the Strait by Iran? Any chance that Trump sees this and doesn't even wait until the end of the ceasefire and launches some sort of military strike on Iran? Why don't we do a quick poll? Will Trump attack Iran before end of ceasefire? I know it's kind of a strange question, but I don't think it's that strange. Strange sounding, but I think it's not that strange of a thought. Will Trump, I don't mean he'll personally go there and throw rocks at them. You know what I'm saying? Will Trump attack Iran before end of ceasefire? Ceasefire is April 22nd, 4 days. Just a thought. Just a thought I had. And it wasn't just President Trump's post yesterday. I mean, he said in his speech in Phoenix, I believe, if I remember correctly, he certainly said, talking to the press yesterday, that, great progress was being made and we're really close to a peace deal. And he definitely said in Phoenix, he repeated many of his posts from the morning. He just repeated them at night in Phoenix when he gave a big speech at the Turning Point event. And he said that Iran had agreed to open the strait. This is obviously very different than what he said what the situation was. The situation, whatever it was yesterday, today it is very different. And not just them closing the strait, but having attacked several ships in the strait. I got to post the poll also on Facebook. Hold on. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, show you this. Show you thinking. show you thinking, and then voting. Now let's look at what you guys said. I said, will Trump attack Iran before the end of the ceasefire? I mean, now that this is going on with the Strait of Hormuz, any chance he does that? Any chance he does that? Look at this, 60 on YouTube, 62% say yes. 62% says Trump will attack Iran before the end of the ceasefire. On Facebook, it's 82% right now. Wow. Really? On Twitch, it is right now 59% yes on Twitch. Chappie says, I think there's a better chance he'll extend the ceasefire. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming, by the way. Thank you. One of the viewers said Iran attacking ships could be seen as a violation of the ceasefire. It's interesting. I'm not aware that there's a ceasefire text, right? I haven't seen any kind of text. So that would depend on what the ceasefire understanding is. You know. So it's an interesting question. I don't know what Trump will do. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I mean, I think Trump would prefer to have a deal where Iran concedes everything to the U.S., but that realistically is not going to happen. I mean, I'm sure he's not happy about spending all day yesterday telling how the strait was now open and how negotiations were great and a peace deal was close, and now you have the Iranian Revolutionary Guard saying saying that the strait is closed. And it's closed until the blockade is taken off, and calling President Trump a terrorist and also saying that any ship approaching the strait at all will be attacked, and attacking ships in the strait. So thanks for voting in our poll. Well, I wouldn't be surprised either way. I don't know what's going to happen. By the way, thanks to Marweed HQ for your support. Thank you. Also, TE88 PFCR, thanks for all your support, TE88. Thanks also Charlotte Richardson, who says, my husband and I voted yes because Trump does not like to be lied to. Thank you also to Dalmatians and a Pit. Thank you for being a member. Pete, 1987, thanks for being a member. Jennifer Smith, thanks for being a member. Give me a moment here. just checking a couple things here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. By the way, Fars News, which is also state media, posted the exact same statement from the Revolutionary Guard. Not that I had any doubts, because IRNA is state media and they posted it, but multiple Iranian state media outlets posting this exact same statement. Let's look for a second at what happened in the Strait several hours ago. It's fascinating. So here is the Strait of Hormuz. That's current, but I want to show you what happened several hours ago. All right, so this is, I got to slow this down here, but so that's basically now. You'll see it in a second. That's basically now. But if we rewind, it's fascinating. Look at this. Okay, so let me show you what happens here. Let's take a look at this. So this is about, I want to say about 15 hours ago. Okay, so what you start seeing about 15 hours ago, you start seeing a bunch of tankers actually crossing. I'll show you here. Look right there. See, it says Torin. See all these tankers, one after another. This is very sped up. The Crave, they are crossing. So I want to say about 8 tankers crossed the strait. That would be with Iranian permission, I would certainly presume. And then you have other ships after that. After those 8, you have more. Everglade, you have a bunch of the green. All right, so look at that. All right, so hold on a second before you see what happens here. So you had about 8 tankers. These ones down, I think a bunch of these down here went through. Those are the ones in the red. And then more ships, tankers in red and green cargo ships started going through. But look what happens after a little while. Keep your eye on these ships as they go through. Watch what happens here. So there's more going through, okay, and you're like, wow, a lot of ships are going through. But then look what happens here. Watch this. Keep watching here. Whoa, what just happened? What just happened right there? Whoa. Did you catch that? Watch this again. Wow, that was really something. Watch this again. Whoa, it's like a U-turn all of a sudden, big U-turn. That was about maybe like 10 hours ago or something, but look at that. Now that's different than last night, because last night what we saw is a bunch of ships, dozens of ships, after Trump's posts, they approached the strait, but then before they got there, many of them turned around. These are ships that were already well through the strait. I mean, technically they're still in the strait, but they had passed by Larak Island. And you saw that before them, I don't know, maybe a dozen or more ships went through. But all of a sudden, the procession of ships just stopped and they just turned around. Very strange. So again, let me just show you this again. It's really interesting. This is in the last day. You had, if you look, you had ships waiting and then they just started going through. Okay, seems good. Seems like Iran is letting some ships through. We got a bunch of tankers going through. Everything's going fine. Very orderly near Larak Island, one after the other. You see about 10 go through. And then you start seeing more go through. Got a couple tankers there. Some of those cargo ships in green, that Everglade ship. Great, things are going good. More ships passing through. Number of cargo ships. And then all of a sudden right there, they turn around. And the other ones that still haven't gone through, they turn around as well. And then they start retreating. And they start going backwards. Look at the left side. So that must have been around when they said, hey, It's closed. You got to get out of here. It's really striking. And what you're seeing now is the last few hours. So this is the last, 3 hours or so. And you don't see anything really getting close to going through. There's a couple ships that were up north and they went down, but you don't see anything crossing from east to west or west to east. And that's what it looks like currently. And again, Iran has said, they said, if any ship approaches the strait, it will be considered cooperation with the enemy and the offending vessel will be targeted. All right, so that and that is the current picture right there. Nothing approaching right now. Confidence in God says huge situation. Miss Link says red light, green light game. Lopsided says Iran changed their mind because Saturday Revolutionary Guard leadership woke up. I don't know. It's a great question. Why that happened at that time? Did people change their mind? Did new people have a say? Did some people in the government say, let's do this, and then others said, no, we're doing this? Can't tell you. Do you think they hit a mine? No. I don't think anyone hit a mine. Those ships were going on the prescribed route that Iran has told ships to go on. They've been going through that route for weeks. I don't know for sure, but I can't imagine that's what happened. There's been nothing reported like that. And again, Iran says this is because, Iran says that the strait is closed because they say the strait is closed because the U.S. is supposed to not blockade them. So I guess the way Iran thinks about it, this is Iran's, as I take it, this is what Iran's argument is. Iran is saying, hey, we opened the strait up, so you're supposed to lift the naval blockade. But you haven't lifted the naval blockade. So we're closing the strait. Now, the thing is, they didn't really fully open the strait up yesterday, of course. They said, for example, you have to go on this particular route. There was every indication that they were still exercising control over who went through. But the way they say it today, they say that the U.S. did not fulfill its side of the ceasefire because the U.S. has kept the naval blockade on. I'm going to talk about the ships that were attacked shortly. But you can see right here, there's just in the last few hours, nothing is even approaching the strait in the last few hours. I'll show you again. Just the last few hours, I'll show you. BTC you later, thank you, who says, as an investor, I am spinning in circles. Thanks also, Thomas P0419 for the memberships. Thanks for more memberships, Thomas from Sweden. I really appreciate that. Also, Mathlete. Mathlete, thanks for the memberships and for being a member, Mathlete78. Also, big thanks to Janet B. Janet's one of our moderators. Thank you so much for your support. That's really kind of you. Janet B., thank you. And thanks to you and all the other moderators for modding. Thanks also, Maurice Dykstra, for being a member. Excuse me for being a member. Thanks also Martin Ging, who says, not market manipulation. It was started by spokesperson for Iran posting a sloppy tweet. That's what Martin thinks. Remember that the foreign minister IRGC had posted yesterday, even before Trump posted yesterday, saying that in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah, effectively with Hezbollah, though they're not a party to the ceasefire. The passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think a lot of people around the world, including investors, looked at this and concluded that the strait was completely open, which isn't what he said. And as I said, I think that would certainly be an excessive conclusion to draw without doing further research. But it appears a lot of people drew that conclusion. Iran later in the day said that this post was not meant to say anything new. And they actually, Iranian state media criticized him for the, I don't know if they used the word sloppiness, but they said that there were some errors in the post. Anyways, but people drew conclusions from that. I don't know how much President Trump drew conclusions from that, but that started it all off yesterday. I'm going to show you something about the reported attacks today. Anyways, so going on in the Strait of Hormuz right now, no ships are seen to be approaching the strait, and if you do approach the strait, Iran says they're going to target you. Might we have today President Trump, is he going to post while we're on the air something on Truth Social about all this? I will say, hold on a second. Where is this? Hold on. Got to go back to his, I got to make sure I'm on his page. I'll keep an eye on President Trump's Truth Social page. Currently, the topmost post on Trump's Truth Social that was pinned 15 hours ago is "Anyone sick of winning yet?" I don't see anything in recent hours about Iran. Okay, let's talk for a second about Iran's attacks on ships today. Let's talk about that. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators who are here as we cover this. We have, I never ended the poll on YouTube. Oops, sorry about that. I forgot to end the poll. I probably forgot to end it on Facebook too. We've been so busy with stuff happening. I forgot to formally end the poll. I took it down from the screen, but didn't end it. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. All right, now, shout out to our moderators. We got Leslie, Ladyhawk, and Ruth and Janet B moderating. Robert's May Queen over on YouTube. That's awesome. Thank you for modding there. We have on Twitch modding, LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you so much. K. Lowry Body on Facebook modding. Thank you. Linda Bell, Clary, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Hey, thanks to Joe Deere on Twitch who gave out 5 gift subs. That's really nice of Joe Deere 160. Thank you, Joe. Big Dog Gaming, thank you. Dr. Trilogy, thank you on Twitch. And also Millennium Jukebox, who says any cruise ships in the area. I think there are some stuck in the Gulf. Thank you, Millennium Jukebox, by the way. I think there are some stuck in the Gulf. I don't know that there's any right here. I mean, I don't know also if I can filter for it. I don't know if there's a specific cruise ship filter. Does it count as a passenger vessel? Really quick, without lingering on this, passenger vessels. Oh, that's a cruise ship right there. There's a couple right there. Now, I don't know how long these have been there for. These are outside the strait. Those are not in the strait. Yeah, there's one right there. Again, I don't know the background of these various ships and how long they've been there and all this thing. I would have to look into all that. You can go to if you want to look up these individual ships, you can go to marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider, and you can look them up and try to get info about them. I'm not going to start going over that all now, but I don't, some of these might, so that one right there, that's a cruise ship, and it looks like that one might have been in the process of leaving because it was near Dubai, and then yesterday it did this. So it looks like that left yesterday. Maybe it got out yesterday. I don't know if it had been there for months. Those both were moving as of 7, 8 hours ago. Those are not updated positions. So maybe those managed to get out. I just don't know. I have a hard time thinking they would have gone in to the Gulf in the last couple weeks, but you never know. West said 5 cruise ships broke out yesterday. I hadn't heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I knew one had gotten out. But it certainly looks like yeah, both of these maybe got out in the last day. Yeah, both of those have tracks where they're coming from the Dubai area. So, but again, I cannot verify where they've been for weeks and weeks and weeks. Yeah, this one, yeah. So look, I mean, this actually I can with this one. This cruise ship, Mein Schiff 4, this ship was, oopsie, hold on, that I didn't want. Mein Schiff 4 was, let me do this. Why is this like this? Oh, I'm sorry. I know what I just did. This ship is called Mein Schiff 4. It's a cruise ship. It arrived in Abu Dhabi February 28th when the war started, and it looks like it just got out in the last day. So that one from the call log there on marine traffic has been waiting to get out, and it finally got out. I guess. Then this one maybe is the same. MSC Eurybia. Yeah, it arrived in the UAE the day before the war started, and it just left that port yesterday or earlier today. Yeah, somewhere about 7 weeks. Today is the start of the 8th week of the war. All right, so again, thanks to Millennium Jukebox. I really appreciate it. To give you a distance scale, this island, Keshem Island, is about 60 miles long. So that island's about 60 nautical miles, which is about, about 70 miles. Thanks, News with Snacks, for your support. Thank you, Wes Downer. Appreciate it. Thanks, PTGR Strategies. Thanks, Brian Kutzleb, for the memberships. Thanks, Thomas PO419, for more memberships. So nice of Thomas. Thank you. Let's talk about these attacks that happened in the past day in the Strait of Hormuz. Let me show you this. Here we go. We're going to pull up the UK MTO advisories. Which one is which? Which one is which? Oh, I have to do it this way. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out the best way to show this to you. Let's do it this way. I was trying to use their website, but it's a little hard to see. Okay, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Ha! All right, here you go. So, UK MTO warning. So this happened about 5 a.m. U.S. time, about 10 hours ago, right there in the Strait of Hormuz. UK MTO is run by the UK Navy. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 20 nautical miles northeast of Oman. That's right in the Strait of Hormuz. The master of a tanker reports being approached by 2 Iranian Revolutionary Guard gunboats. No VHF challenge, which I believe means they were not radioed to. They did not. As my understanding of that would be that no one radioed them beforehand and said, stop going there or something. No VHF challenge, and these 2 Revolutionary Guard gunboats then fired upon the tanker. Tanker and crew are reported safe. There's actually, I don't have the rights to it, but there's audio floating around which purportedly is of the ship, and I think it's this ship, where somebody on the ship is radioing, I think Iran, saying like, why, we're approved to go through. Why are you firing? Did Tanker Trackers post it? I'll post a link in the chat. This was Sanmar Herald. I'm going to post a link in the chat to the audio. OSIN Technical posted this too. One moment. Post a different link. Yeah, Sanmar Herald. And pleading, I'm posting another link to the audio posted by, this one's posted by OSIN Technical, but you can check it out there. So the audio says, it's calling to the Navy. It says, "This is motor vessel Sanmar Herald. You have clearance. You gave me clearance to go. My name is on your list, basically, and you gave me clearance to go. You're firing on me." I thought that tanker trackers maybe had a. Oh, here. Yes. So what they said, Tanker Tractors actually posted tankertractors.com posted a transcription of this video. But they in the video you hear the ship saying, "Sepah Navy," calling out to the Iranian Navy, "Motor tanker Sanmar Herald, Sepah Navy, you gave me clearance to go. This is motor tanker Herald, Sanmar Herald. You gave me clearance to go. My name's second on your list. You gave me clearance to go. You are firing now. Let me turn back." And it was the Sanmar Herald, apparently. That is a crude oil tank, Indian crude oil tanker, by the way. And we'll show you the past track. So look, this is what happened. See what happened to the ship? Ooh, you can't see it. You'll see it right now. Here's what happened. Here's the Sanmar Herald. This is a Indian oil tanker. So it was going through the strait, okay? Was going through here, and it got near Larak Island, which is Iran, and then look what happens here. It does this. I don't know how this all worked out. Where it's so according to, I think it was over here. I think it was here, because this may have been, according to the map from UKMTO, the actual incident happened around here. So I think it's this U-turn right here. This might have been a U-turn for a different reason, but it's right here. That map, you can see it matches the map from UKMTO. So attacked by two Iranian gunboats. Here again is the issue. There's a, you can see it says Sanmar Herald oil tanker. By the way, the Indian government complained to Iran about what happened. Let me show you this. This is from Randir Jaiswal. He says, official spokesman, Ministry of External Affairs, India. India government statement today. The ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran in New Delhi was called in by the Ministry of External Affairs for a meeting with the Foreign Secretary this evening. During the meeting, India's Foreign Secretary conveyed India's deep concern at the shooting incident earlier today involving two Indian flagged ships in the Strait of Hormuz. He noted the importance that India attached to the safety of the merchant shipping and mariners, and recalled that Iran had earlier facilitated the safe passage of several ships bound for India. Reiterating his concern at this serious incident of firing on merchant ships, Foreign Secretary urged the ambassador to convey India's views to the authorities in Iran and resume at the earliest the process of facilitating India-bound ships across the strait. So, Indian government says actually Iran fired on two Indian ships. That's just one of the incidents. Corn Boozer says, no Hormuz for you. I'm going to show you the descriptions of the other reported incidents. It had been a number of days since an incident like this, since a ship was attacked in the strait. This is the current view. Jason Parker says the IRGC is pissing everybody off. Michelle Batten says, I just wonder if this will mess up the peace talks. Hectate says they want their toll money back. I wonder if they did pay toll money. That's a good question. Marisol DeVille says this is a Del Valle says this is a confusing mess. Okay, so I told you about the incident in which it sounds like from the Indian government 2 ships were fired upon, 2 Indian ships, but at least one. And here's another incident that happened since we were last on the air. This one. Here, look. Now, this might have been, so I don't know, India says 2 ships were fired upon, so I don't know if this is an Indian ship or a different ship, this one here. This came in about, this would be about 7 a.m. Eastern, 7:25 Eastern time. And what you can see here, similar location. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 25 nautical miles northeast of Oman. A report of a container ship was hit by an unknown projectile, which caused damage to some of the containers. No fires or environmental impact reported. I don't know what kind of projectile that was. If it's a drone or something, I don't know. But that was reported too. And then the third incident was this one, suspicious activity, also in the Strait of Hormuz, closer to the coast of Oman, this one. Oh, the cruise ship. Okay, so this might have been one of the cruise ships we were looking at. UK MTO has received a report of an incident just 3 nautical miles east of Oman. The master of a cruise ship. My guess is that this is one of the cruise ships that was allowed to get out yesterday from the Gulf. The master of a cruise ship reported citing a splash in close proximity of the vessel. Yeah, I don't think these cruise ships that have been stuck in there have people on them, will have passengers on them. There was the first cruise ship that got out during the war was yesterday, and that one had no passengers on it. I believe passengers have been, disembarked and I would assume transported to where they want to go, transported home or wherever by now. I mean, because we just looked at 2 cruise ships on the map that seemed to have just gotten out yesterday, and they had been in Dubai since before the war started, or the UAE. Yeah, I am not allowed to play the Indian vessel audio on the air. I don't have the rights to it, but I did post a couple links in the chat. I've also posted a link on my X account at Lookner, and we did read the transcript of it, but I'm aware that it exists. I don't have the rights to play it. I don't own it. So a bunch of incidents. If you go back, if you go to the UKMTO site, there have not been attacks in a while on ships in the region, in the area. So there's recent incidents. We told you about suspicious activity, attack. Then there was a suspicious activity one. That was on this side. This one here, this one from April 12th was over here near Yemen. So we got to go back to this one right here. There was a ship struck by 2 projectiles off the coast of Oman on April 7th, which is 11 days ago. That's the last one in this general area. but 3 different incidents reported since we were last on the air last night. John Turpin says, where are these speedboats coming from? So I don't know exactly where. The gunboats, I mean, I don't know what the size of the boat is. It could have been small, but the one we were just showing you, hold on. I mean, Iran does have, my understanding is that they have military resources on these islands. So, you know, this ship here that was attacked, what was that called again? I forget. We just looked it up. Sanmar Herald. I mean, for all I know, that the boats came from one of these islands, from Larak Island or something. But I don't know for sure. Again, this is that Indian ship that I think this was the U-turn right here. But if you look, I mean, Larak Island right here is about 17 nautical miles from where it turned around. I mean, they could come from the coast too, you know. Not Your Average Bear says Iran can't be trusted. Trump should act now. There is your current situation. Thank you, John Turpin. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy, thank you. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, why is it that Pakistan has such a big influence? They asked for a ceasefire and it worked. Can they do it again? Well, I don't think Iran and Israel, I don't think Iran and the US are entering this is not a case where they're entering into a ceasefire because Pakistan wants them to. But I think maybe a related question is why are, you could ask, why are they willing to play the role of moderator, and why are Iran and at a certain point, Iran and the U.S. have to be okay with them being a moderator. I don't know if I want to get into being a mediator. I don't really want to get into a whole. That's an interesting question. I do feel like it might take a while to research that. Benefits to them of being a mediator, and they just might want more stability in the region or something. But also the fact that Iran and the U.S. are both okay with them being a mediator. But this is not a case where, unlike maybe a great power with a small country, I don't think that Pakistan's influence is changing how the U.S. in any kind of significant way, how the U.S. and Iran are thinking about things. But it's an interesting question about how they end up being the mediator. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Granite Man, who says, when will Trump stop trusting Iran, period? Thank you also to all of you who are watching. John Rocker says, IRGC has hundreds of small boats. Trump has no clue what he's up against. Trump already saying he's going after Cuba. He's talked about doing that in the future. Well, talked about possibly, hasn't ruled out some sort of military activity relating to that. You can find articles about Pakistan being a mediator. The European Policy Center has an article, Why Pakistan Has Become the War's Key Mediator. Chicago Council on Global Affairs has an article, Why Pakistan is Mediating. New York Times had an article about it as well. In case you missed it, the Iranian, after yesterday, in which President Trump had announced that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz fully and would never close it again. Well, it's closed now. Strait of Hormuz closed as of Saturday evening. It is, as you can see, Saturday evening, Iran time. Iran announced, the Revolutionary Guard Navy announced that they are closing it. They said yesterday, following the announcement by Iran of allowing civilian vessels to pass through the Larak corridor in the Strait of Hormuz, a number of vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz under the management and coordination of the Iranian Navy. However, following the violation of the ceasefire agreement, the American enemy did not lift the naval blockade of Iranian vessels and ports, so the Strait of Hormuz was closed from this evening until the naval blockade is lifted. Therefore, we warn that no vessel of any kind should move from its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, and approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. We also inform all vessels and their owners to follow news only from the official Iranian Navy, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, and Channel 16 sources, and that the statements of the terrorist American president about the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf have no credibility. Austin says Central Command has stayed silent on this. Have we gotten any kind of comment officially from the U.S. after this official announcement from Iran that they're closing the strait? I don't know that we have. I haven't seen it. Oh, our viewer, Boston Josh Z, mentioned Lindsey Graham posted something. Let's see what Lindsey Graham has to say. This is Senator Lindsey Graham. He is, I would say, an Iran hawk. He has been skeptical of dealing with Iran, making deals with them. So here's what he had. I haven't even read this yet, but Boston Josh Z sent it to me. Lindsey Graham posted this about an hour and a half ago. He said, the Iranians have provided us with a lot of information to learn from over the past 24 hours if we choose. What have I, Lindsey Graham, learned? About 24 hours ago, the foreign minister, the guy in the suit, declared the straits open with full passage. Now, again, there's debate over what he actually declared. And he did say that you have to go on the Iranian route. Anyways, but yes, he did say it was open in some sort of sense. Last night, the Revolutionary Guard, the guys with the guns, attacked a container ship and said the straits were closed. Here's what I've learned, says Lindsey Graham. The guy in the suit is not in charge. It's the guys with the guns who are in charge. They are the IRGC, Revolutionary Guard forces, who are the Iranian equivalent of the SS Gestapo, an important distinction. We miss this distinction at our own peril. I have all the confidence in the world that President Trump will not let this provocation go unchallenged and will continue to push for a quick resolution through diplomacy or otherwise, ensuring that the U.S. and the world will control the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. The over 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that could be used to make a dirty bomb or quickly enriched to become weapons-grade material is completely removed from Iran. The Iranian missile and drone program will be limited. Their support for terrorist organizations will come to an end, and there will never, ever be a path in the future for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon by being allowed to enrich uranium. Like many other countries, Iran can have peaceful nuclear power, but no enrichment. How this conflict ends will determine the stability of the region and the world for decades to come, due to President Trump's strong leadership through imposing the blockade and our brilliant military. Over time, we have all the cards. That's from Lindsey Graham. A couple of our viewers have claimed that Lindsey Graham is a warmonger. Matt Danger says, what is Lindsey Graham wrong about? Here's something else that Lindsey Graham posted today, a little earlier than the other one. He said, my thoughts regarding Iran's recent attack on international shipping and boasts that they are now in control of the Strait of Hormuz. Lindsey Graham says, control the strait, continue the blockade, put Karg Island in the crosshairs. That's the island from which they export about 90% of their oil, but they can't export oil now anyway because of the blockade. Over time, we have all the cards, he says. After Iran's brazen IRGC-led attack on international shipping and declaration they're now in control of the strait, is imperative America and the world answer this provocation. The U.S. and others must demonstrate the ability to control the strait without Iranian interference. I urge President Trump to continue the blockade, which has been brilliantly executed and applies maximum pressure. It's abundantly clear that after 47 years, promises coming from the Iranian regime are worthless, he says. Steady as she goes, stay resolved. Kevin Graham says, but you don't have all the cards. The IRGC are proving that. M. Sircone says, Lindsey is not wrong, but does the president have the guts to follow through with what they said? Elephant Parade says, in a bit of a mess here, aren't we? AFK Alien says, Lindsey's position sounds indistinguishable from Bibi's. Bibi Netanyahu. By the way, Axios reported that President Trump had a situation room meeting today, Saturday morning. Vice President Vance was there. Marco Rubio was there. Pete Hegseth was there. The Treasury Secretary was there. And others. No, Joe Rogan was they did some sort of, I think, an executive order signing today, but that's not the Situation Room meeting. The Situation Room meeting was something else. The meeting was to discuss the renewed crisis around the Strait of Hormuz and negotiations with Iran, says Axios. Still no new talks announced. By the way, thanks to Magnus Oris for watching. Also, thanks so much to Temi Denk for the YouTube membership. It's very nice of you, Temi. Thank you. Also, KDS Dad 92. Thanks for the membership and for being a member. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you, Gary Baines, for the memberships. Thank you. Ooh, I want to talk about another report which came out before I came on the air and mentioned that. So there's a very interesting reporting from the Wall Street Journal, by the way, that I want to mention. Give me 2 seconds here. Give me just 2 seconds. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the U.S. is preparing to board ships, Iran-linked ships, and seize commercial ships in the coming days in international waters. You know, during this blockade, what we've basically seen is the U.S. sending messages to ships and the ships turning around when warned by the U.S. Well, now the Wall Street Journal says that the U.S. military is preparing in the coming days to board Iran-linked oil tankers and seize commercial ships in international waters. And the Wall Street Journal says American forces will pursue vessels around the world that are helping Tehran. And this is designed, they say, to step up the economic pressure on Iran, to force them to open the strait. John says, surely that will work. Some of our viewers are calling the U.S. pirates if they do that. Massachusetts guy says we learned it from them. Their source is U.S. officials. That is the source that they cite, U.S. officials. I don't know if we're going to get, again, we did a poll on this. The ceasefire it ends on the 22nd. I don't even know that we're going to make it to the end. I mean, because this isn't what happened in the past day after President Trump said that Iran had opened the strait, is the strait got closed, and then Iran attacked several ships in the strait. And they said that any ship that approaches will be targeted. So this isn't sort of, it's more than just, well, they said it would be open, but they only let through like 4 ships during the day or something. Like that would be tension enough. This is different. This is, they literally said it's closed, no one can go through, and multiple ships got attacked. Just a reminder of what happened. We were watching, well, we weren't watching this. This was after our stream, but you can see it. So last night, after we got off the air, oops, I got to zoom in here. What we saw last night after we got off the air is, can you see this? We saw a bunch of ships start to go through the strait. Watch coming up here. I'll speed it up. But you see a bunch of tankers start going through. You see the Torin and some of these other ones. Yeah, they're going one after the other. So it's like, wow, they're letting some tankers through. The Crave. So about 10 tankers go through over time. See that? Okay, and then you see more ships start going through. Both tankers in the red and cargo in the green. See, there's a sea wave. And keep watching, though. Keep watching what happens, though. Watch what happens now. You see, now watch this. Bunch of ships going through. But right there, they turn around and they actually, a bunch of them go back where they came from. They were about to get out of the strait, and then they turn around and everything clears out. So that looks like when Iran, it went from ships going through to ships turning around and leaving. I mean, that was a lot of ships to be going through at once. And then all of a sudden, they turn around and leave. So just to show you again, this is, we're seeing all these ships gone through, a bunch have gone through. We're seeing more ships going through. Look at all these ships going through. And then watch what happens. Whoa, they turn on a dime, a bunch of them, and they go back. And everybody clears out. Then look what's happening over here. All these ships that were like kind of waiting to go through, they just go back here. They retreat. That happened, I don't know, I'd have to go back and look, but maybe about 10 hours ago or something. I assume the ones that were going through had Iranian permission. I mean, they were going right near Larak Island. It seemed very orderly. So I assume they all had permission to go. And actually, as we mentioned, an Indian ship that got fired on, there's audio floating around of the Indian ship yelling, "Hey, we were on your list. You approved us. And now we're getting fired. Now you're firing on us." And then since then, it's been pretty clear there in the strait. Iran said any ship that approaches the strait will be targeted. Any ship that approaches the strait. Now, something else to keep in mind. Could the U.S. approach the strait with one of their ships to test it? Because Iran now is on record that says any ship that approaches the strait will be targeted. see if there's any new reporting on what is happening right now. What's going to happen next? What is going to happen next with this situation? Transport says we need art of the deal. Let me put this up there again for you. There is the announcement of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Crawdad, thank you. Crawdad says, will Iran fire on a Russian ship? I mean, they fired on an Indian ship. India says they fired on 2 Indian ships. I don't know. Now, just to be clear, I mean, it's not clear that Iran tried to sink the Indian ships. The report about the Indian ship said that Iranian gunboats approached the ship and fired upon it. Everybody's reported safe. So, might have been designed to... I don't have information that they were actually trying to sink the ship. Game it Tarthurs thinks it's a warning. And they did, there were several different incidents after, a week and a half of nothing. So it does seem like a concentrated effort. And I'm not I'm not worried. I'm not aware of any damage from any serious damage. Like ships haven't been sunk. There was a cruise ship that reported something, a projectile falling near it. There's a container ship that reported that some kind of projectile hit containers on the ship. SK thinks this is not going to end well. Kimberly Geiger says, don't mess with Trump. Our viewer Boston Josh writes in and says he believes that you have 2 sides of the Iranian coin, politicians and Revolutionary Guard fighting for control of the country, and Trump is talking to the politicians, which is why you get different stories. The Institute for the Study of War had some interesting analysis talking about this. I want to mention something that they said. Here's what they think. This is from Understanding War, at the Study of War, at the Study of War, Institute for the Study of War. They say, it's like a research group that they focus on military conflicts and do analysis of it. So they say, give me 1 second here. They say the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, military force, appears to be controlling Iranian decision-making instead of the Iranian political officials who are engaging with the United States in negotiations, particularly the Foreign Affairs Minister Abbas Araghchi. That's what Boston Josh was saying too. I don't know if this is true. I'm saying it's an interesting thought. Araghchi previously announced yesterday the strait was completely open to commercial traffic. The IRGC, however, harshly criticized his statement and outlined specific conditions for vessels to transit the strait that amount to Iran retaining control over traffic through the strait. Also, I think this was before they just announced it's closed. The Khatam ol Anbiya Central Headquarters, which is functionally controlled by the IRGC, announced that Iranian forces have reinstated strict management and control over the Strait of Hormuz. The headquarters cited the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports as the reason for the reimposition of Iranian control over the strait. IRGC-affiliated Fars News previously warned on April 17th that Iran would close the strait if the U.S. continued its blockade. The IRGC's decision to interfere with international shipping and act in contradiction to the foreign minister's statement reflects broader divisions within the Iranian regime, which we consistently reported on in recent weeks. The IRGC appears to be driving Iranian decision-making instead of Iranian officials who have engaged with the U.S. in recent weeks, such as Araghchi. The IRGC Navy has attacked at least 3 vessels attempting to transit the strait since it reinstated control over the strait earlier today. The IRGC is also using intimidation to deter ships from crossing the strait, including by sending radio messages to vessels warning them not to cross. Many vessels that intended to transit through the strait have turned around. And also now, at this point, Iran has just said, we're going to attack you if you come close to the strait, if you approach the strait. U.S. President Trump said the U.S. cannot be blackmailed by Iran. The U.S. Navy's blockade on Iranian ports remains in place. If you want to read more from Institute for the Study of War, you can follow them at the Study of War. And also, they are at understandingwar.org. It's a good site, and I follow them on my X, understandingwar.org. So is that what's going on? Do we have different decision makers trying to exercise control in Iran, and is the U.S. talking to one group, but the military is doing something else? What would the markets be doing right now if this was happening? I don't know. This is how we do it. Thinks quiet Trump is not good. Christian Point says it only takes a few attacks by some Iranian groups to block the strait. Our viewer Jumulation says hardliners are in charge. What do you expect they would do? Raise the white flag? I actually haven't looked at crypto today. Bitcoin right now is at around 75,700, and earlier today it was at 77,500. Down a bit today from what I'm seeing. Oh, I should mention this as well. So Israel Defense Forces has been posting about claimed ceasefire violations by Hezbollah in Lebanon. For example, 4 hours ago. Another Hezbollah ceasefire violation. IDF soldiers identified a terrorist cell that violated the ceasefire's understandings and approached IDF soldiers operating south of the defense line. The terrorists posed a threat to troops, and in response, the IDF eliminated them. Down here they say, since the ceasefire came into effect, IDF soldiers south of the Yellow Line identified several incidents in which terrorists violated the ceasefire understandings by approaching from north of the Yellow Line toward IDF soldiers, posing an immediate threat. In order to remove the threat, the IDF conducted precise strikes against the terrorists and terrorist infrastructure sites. So remember, Iran has said that a ceasefire in Lebanon needs to be part of their ceasefire with the U.S., basically, if I'm remembering this right. So, and I believe they said they would not open the strait until, as long as, if that ceasefire wasn't in place. So, if we do somehow see resumption of fighting in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah, that could certainly make some kind of peace deal between the U.S. and Iran less likely. Our viewer Sir Sigrid says, I don't see what other choice Iran has. The U.S. and Israel have proven time and again they will not honor any deals, negotiations, etc. South American man thinks we have been receiving double messages from Iran for weeks, one from IRGC and one from Iranian policymakers. If there is a deal between USA and Iran policy folks, it could be a Revolutionary Guard coup in Iran in our future. Interesting. Hey, thanks to Noah YZF1000. I really appreciate that, Noah. Thank you. Also, thanks Adam Farm 26, who says, pokes with stick, do something already. Thank you, My World Gen X. Yes, again, people keep writing to me about the audio that has been posted from an Indian ship that was fired upon. Just to repeat, because I guess people come into the stream and they haven't heard it. I'm aware of the audio. We talked about the audio. I've posted the audio on my X account. I posted links to the audio in the chat, but I don't have the rights to play it on the air. I don't own it, so I cannot play it for you. You can go to my X account at Lookner if you want to check out that audio. Thank you for mentioning it. And thank you, My World Gen X, for your support. Thanks also, Renee Lorraine. Thank you. Thanks also to Noah HYZF again. Noah, I have not heard. Noah asked if tankers crossing the strait overnight were apprehended by the U.S. blockade. So the U.S. blockade is not on the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is blockading Iran. The U.S. has said no ships can go into or out of Iran. So if a ship goes through the Strait of Hormuz, that in itself does not violate the blockade, as long as that ship isn't coming to or going to or coming from Iran. I have not heard that the U.S. in any way interfered with any ships that crossed the Strait of Hormuz in the past day. There were some that crossed overnight before Iran closed it. Will we hear more from President Trump today? It is currently 4:26 p.m. What does President Trump think of these developments? where Iran is now saying the strait is closed. They will attack any ship that approaches the strait, and they have attacked several ships in the strait today. Okay, Libby says he's probably shouting. Lolo says he's suspiciously quiet today. He did an appearance this morning, but he didn't really say much about Iran. I don't know. In the signing event, which was about 15 minutes long, where Joe Rogan was at, I don't know that he said anything about Iran. I don't believe he actually took questions or answered questions. I didn't watch it the whole way through, though, so I'm not positive. Jaguar Pew says, wait, it's closed again. I am confused. Yes, it is. And look, we heard reports. I mean, CNN was still reporting today saying that they had heard there was going to be U.S. Iran talks in Pakistan on Monday. I mean, if it's really going to be on Monday, that's going to get decided on pretty soon, right? Because the U.S. people would need and Iran people would need to get there. And so far, I haven't heard anything about that. Let me just check a couple things here. AP says Trump said today that Iran got a little cute, but that very good conversations were happening and more information would come by day's end. Trump said they can't blackmail us. I have remarks from Trump. I have it here. Here, let me show you. I have the remarks from Trump, which were put out. White House press pool reported on it today. So if you give me a moment, I'll pull them up here. Okay, now what I need to do is, this is via John Bennett, who is the White House press pool correspondent today. And he reported these remarks made by President Trump today. I am putting it on the screen for you right now. Oopsie. Here is what President Trump had to say today, earlier, about Iran. You can see it says, on Iran, President Trump said his administration has a much different view on it than other presidents, adding, they've gotten away with murder for 47 years, and they're not getting away with it anymore. That came after his brief remarks on Iran, which came after he signed the medical research order. You know what? This might have actually been on that. I'll read it to you. I didn't watch the whole, so maybe I'm thinking now I missed the part that he did actually during the signing event, say these remarks. Anyways, he said today This is such an important subject. I'd rather let this just speak for itself, and we'll be talking about Iran later, he said. We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no leaders, so that they have no nothing. Actually, their leaders it's a regime change. You call that enforced regime change. And he also said, but we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the strait again. They've been doing inaudible for years, and they can't blackmail us. In fact, a lot of the ships are coming up to Texas. I don't know if you know, in Louisiana, ships are coming up. They got used to it. Maybe they'll keep doing it. It's worked out pretty good, but it's going actually along very well, and we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day, he said. We're talking to them, and we're taking a tough stand, and they killed a lot of people, and he said, a lot of our people have been killed. He did not take any questions about the Iran situation. Brittany Baby Girl says that word blackmail stands out. If you give me a second, now that I see where this is, I bet I can pull that up for you. I bet I can find it here. I just need to pull up exactly where it was. Okay, this is, I think, where he actually, what I just read you, I think this is where he says it in person. This is earlier today. Okay, so there it is. Again, this is earlier today. Let's just listen to him talk about Iran. He's going to say the same thing I just told you, but oopsie.
You'll have some questions on Iran, I know that, but this is such an important subject that I'd rather let this just speak for itself. And we'll be talking about Iran later. We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders it is regime change. You call that enforced regime change, but we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the strait again, as they've been doing for years. And they can't blackmail us. In fact, a lot of the ships are coming up to Texas. I don't know if you know, in Louisiana, the ships are coming up. They got used to it. Maybe they'll keep doing it. It's worked out pretty good. But it's going actually along very well. And we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them. And, we're taking a tough stand. They've killed a lot of people. A lot of our people have been killed. A lot of your fellow soldiers have been killed over the years by Iran. The roadside bomb. Soleimani, I killed Soleimani.
Thank you for that. He was making the explosive form penetrators. They're making them in Iran, bringing them to Iraq and blasting through the vehicles.
Well, he was the father of the roadside bomb, essentially, and he killed a lot of people. And when you see soldiers or others, but soldiers generally walking around with no legs, with no arms, a face that's been smashed, that was Soleimani, that was Iran that did that. So we have a much different view on it than other presidents. They've gotten away with murder for 47 years. They're not getting away with it anymore. Does anybody have any questions with the great professionals, please?
So I wanted to know, could this potentially ever be available through the VA? Because I was talking to
All right. So that the questions he did not quake questions on Iran. He did not answer any questions on Iran. Okay. So, anyways, I wanted to show you what he had said earlier about. Those are his remarks earlier today about Iran. He said there should be some news, some information later in the day. I don't know what that information is going to be. He said that they were having good talks with Iran. He said, we have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. That's what he says. Dinky Dinky says Tuesday is going to be interesting. The 22nd is when the ceasefire expires. So that's Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. We're bringing you live updates here. Central Command just posted something, not particularly, not huge news, but they said guided missile destroyer USS Pinckney patrols regional waters in support of blockade operations. The blockade has completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. There was also this. AH-64 Apaches fly above the Strait of Hormuz during a patrol. Yesterday, U.S. Army soldiers are flying in and around the strait, providing a visible presence in support of freedom of navigation. Hang on a second here, I'll show you. Pictures are actually quite interesting. Here's one of the pictures. Look, it's the Strait of Hormuz. It's a U.S. Apache flying over the Strait of Hormuz. Here's another one. Barry says, cool image. Strong One says, great looking helicopter. Okay, so they posted those. When will we hear more from President Trump today? After Iran said the strait is closed and attacked several ships in the strait. Thank you, Marky B. Yeah, and Andy Murdoch. I appreciate that. Also, Mike McCann, thanks for being a member. Paint for your eyes. Thank you. Justin D. Winters. Thank you, Justin D. Winters, for your support on Twitch. Thuglers, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Scary Atheist, thanks for subscribing. KCXO, thanks for subscribing. Guy from the 207, thanks on Twitch. James Etheridge says, if this is true, Trump will probably hit all the power plants and bridges really soon, just like he said he would. You're looking at the current Strait of Hormuz map. Nothing is even approaching the strait. How about this ship? Oh, that's from 12 hours ago right there. That ship's from 12 hours ago. Ships are not even approaching the strait because Iran has said, you will get attacked. If you approach the strait, you will get attacked. CIA contact thinks land war is inevitable. Mark, I have to read the whole name. I couldn't, where did the name go? Excuse me. Mark Orutsalanian says this will take years. Also, I saw something that the New York Times was reporting that where is this report? Nope, wasn't there. The New York Times today said Iran says American military and intelligence officials estimate that Iran still has about 40% of its attack drones and upward of 60% of its missile launchers, more than enough to hold shipping in the Strait of Hormuz hostage in the future. The Times also says in the first days of the ceasefire, says the New York Times, Iran dug out about 100 systems that had been buried inside caves and bunkers. Missile launching systems. Also, the Times reports Iran is digging out its supply of missiles. When that work is done, Iran could reclaim as much of 70% of its pre-war arsenal. Wow. That's what the New York Times claims. Let me just go over that again, what they said. Give me a moment here. The Times is saying that Iran has enough weaponry to halt shipping in the future. So the New York Times says Iran has about 40% of its pre-war arsenal of drones. They claim, they say military and intelligence estimates say this. Iran has been digging out missile launchers and missiles during the ceasefire, and now has around 60% of its pre-war level of launchers and could reclaim as much as 70% of its pre-war missile arsenal. Again, I cannot confirm that. That's what the New York Times is reporting. Okay, hold on a second here. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that report. Okay, let me take some more of your comments. We're bringing you more updates here. Again, I'm very interested in seeing, we haven't really gotten a response from the US government since Iran officially announced that it had closed the Strait of Hormuz, and any ship approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked, and Iran attacked several ships in the Strait of Hormuz today. What is the US response going to be to this? We're waiting to see. Katie Kubiak says, I thought Iran was all out. Our viewer Ryan Shipowski says, you think America isn't watching them dig? It's a trap, duh. These will be sitting ducks. Jay Gerber says, take out the electrical plants now. Claudiot says, the U.S. keeps sending more forces into the region. Yeah, Misfits Studio mentioned that Trump, Olivia Rinaldi, there's a video, I don't have the rights to this video, but there's a video that shows that Olivia Rinaldi, and she's a journalist, she tried to ask the president about the two vessels in the Strait of Hormuz that were fired upon. And when she asked that question, he pointed and said, out. But I don't know if that specifically was a reaction to that question or just to questions in general. It was interesting. You couldn't hear on the White House feed. You couldn't. I don't know if I have. It's possible I have a different feed than the White House feed where I could show you that. The White House feed, you couldn't really hear the question. Let me see if I have another feed with actually you could hear the audio on it. That's possible. Yeah. So let me pull up the alternate feed. Thanks, Misfit Studio, for messaging in. Yeah, I forgot I had the alternate feed. Our viewer Raymond Thompson says, let's not forget that more American troops and another aircraft carrier are on their way to the Persian Gulf right now, which indicates fighting will resume soon. That's what Raymond thinks. Okay, so I have in front of me, where is this? Hold on. I don't have that video yet. I'm getting that video of the appearance today to see if I can show you that moment when the question was asked about the Strait. Daniel Lombard says, Trump is making us look weak. Finish off Iran. That's what our viewer Daniel says. Do I have that video yet? Let's see. Not yet. Brian Logan mentioned that moment today as well in Trump's appearance. Okay, I have the video of Trump. So let me see if I can find the exact moment where, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear the question on this. This is where he tells the reporters they need to leave. Let's see. Now, there's an AFP video. Oops, you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. That's a Reuters story. So this is earlier today. Now, I got to find the part. Here, give me a second. I got to find the part where he kicks people out. I think it's right here. Let's see if this is it. Let's see if this is it. This is earlier today.
Sounds good to me. When these two guys and this third with Rob too and with you, I mean, that to me is research, right? Maybe the ultimate research, right? Big fans, all big fans. Well, I want to thank everybody, and
Mr. President,
it's going to be... Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, you couldn't hear it there. She asked him about the two ships that Iran had fired upon in the Strait of Hormuz, and he said out. Now, he had already said thanks for being here. So, you know, kind of looked like he was ready to wrap up anyway.
I mean, that to me is research, right? Maybe the ultimate research, right? Big fans, all big fans. Well, I want to thank everybody, and
Mr. President,
it's going to be... Thank you very much, everybody.
He was listening to the question. He was listening to her question, and then he just said out. So maybe he was waiting to see what that particular question was, to see whether he would answer one more. Anyways. Hey, thanks to Katie Kubiak for the memberships and Sydney for the membership. So nice of you. Please thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Katie Kubiak and Sydney. Thanks also Paint for Your Eyes, who says, God bless America. Thanks Mike McCann 123. There's another video where you could hear one of the viewers said maybe he didn't hear her. There's another video where I don't have the rights to that one, but you could hear her question. Again, 4 days until the end of the ceasefire. No reaction from the U.S. government yet about the strait being closed, and that I've seen, and ships getting attacked. Shout out to our moderators, moderating right now. Haley Girl, Ruth, thank you so much. Janet B, Beth Mythical, all over there on YouTube, on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, moderate for us over there. Let's hold on a moment here. By the way, thanks to Michael Fergal on Facebook for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. Kay Lowry Body moderates for us on Facebook. She's moderating over there right now. All of our other moderators. Thanks Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. Kristen McConnell Gates for subscribing. And thanks also to Kelly C for being a member. Thanks, Kelly. Also, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Thanks for your support. Who says, sometimes I wonder how some expect leaders of countries to just change their mind or think of the greater good. Behind our screens, we have way less to lose, and some can't type in a respectful way. Thank you so much. Lidwine Elizabeth. Elizabeth, thank you. It's Same thinks Trump is making a bad situation worse. Confidence in God said Trump's at the White House. I have to look up on, because he was at the White House, then he left the White House. So I need to look up where he was last reported. He went at 1:34. He entered Trump National Golf Club in D.C., still wearing his suit from the Oval Office. I don't know that he's playing golf today. He did go to the golf club. at 1:34 p.m. That's about 3.5 hours ago. And I have not seen a report from the White House pool since then. So he might still be there. Oh, thanks also Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate it. Kristen McConnell Gates. Marnie Pixley said Trump must not have liked that last question. Thanks, Diane Allworth, for subscribing as well. And thanks also Dolly Clark for being a member on Facebook. When are we going to hear more from the White House about this? What are they thinking about this? The Strait of Hormuz being closed. Nothing's going through. Guys, it's closed. They said you can't even approach the strait. You'll get targeted if you approach the strait. This is more closed than it was basically during the war so far. During the war, it's been essentially closed, but they've been letting some ships of their choice through. Now it's no one could go through. Carl Feathers thinks we won't hear anything till Monday. Maybe we won't. Debbie asked about the ship attacks. We mentioned this before. At least one ship and possibly two got fired on by gunboats in the Strait of Hormuz, by 2 Iranian gunboats. And then one ship, a container ship, the containers got hit by a projectile. And then one ship, a cruise ship, a projectile landed near the ship. Those were the 3 different attacks that were reported. Yes, a couple cruise ships had recently, in the last day, left the strait, left the Persian Gulf through the strait. They had been stuck in the Gulf. And I believe it was one of them. I don't have the exact one, but I believe it was one of them that had a projectile land near them. Thanks so much, hey Haley Girl. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Haley Girl, for your support, and Haley and all the moderators for moderating. I'll keep checking for any new reports coming out of Iran as well. Oh, hey, I just saw something. Is this true? An account I follow claims that the Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf, in Iran is going to be some remarks by him about the negotiations will be broadcast in the coming minutes. But I don't know if that's true. I consider that a rumor at this point. Will we be hearing from the Speaker of Parliament soon? I don't know where that. I mean, a Telegram account I follow mentioned that, but I haven't seen it in the Iranian media myself, but maybe we will. Let's see, I'm checking here to see if I can find anything about this. I don't know. Well, we'll give it a few minutes and we'll see. Let me check another way. J. Joe says, Elmo, how do you spell market manipulation? Oopsie. We are bringing you the latest updates here. What is going to happen next in this conflict? I have no idea. We did a poll earlier, and a majority of you said that you think Trump will attack Iran even before the end of the ceasefire. Oh, there were some, by the way, I think the Supreme Leader's social media posted some remarks today. For the first time in about a week, the Supreme Leader's X account posted. You can see it there. Well, the Islamic Republic of Iran's army is now courageously defending the land, water, and flag that belong to it. Iran's army is standing side by side with their comrades from the other armed forces, battling the two leading armies of disbelief and arrogance. He means U.S. and Israel. And the Islamic army has exposed those armies' weakness and humiliation to the world. In the same way that the drones of Iran's army strike the U.S. and Israeli murderers like lightning, its valiant navy is also ready to inflict new bitter defeats on its enemies, he says. The valiant navy of Iran's army is ready to inflict new bitter defeats on its enemies. Now, they don't have many, I don't think they have many big ships left, but they do have things like drones and mines and missiles and smaller boats. Chris Ayers says spicy. Garnet, was it Garrett? can't find it. Garnet or Garrett said that's a lot of bluster. Chiefing says they are really good at projecting. Thanks so much to Bernard Gonzalez. Bernard Gonzalez says, enough is enough. The U.S. just needs to finish it and get out. Thanks also Arvid006 from Norway, thank you, who says, wars are not what they used to be. During the Gulf War, everything was decided by air supremacy. Now, conventional air supremacy is no longer enough. Small drones are capable of sinking an aircraft carrier. I can't confirm that about a small drone, if it hits the right way. It would have to hit the right way, specifically. But, or maybe you mean physically small. Anyways, though, but I understand your greater point is that war has changed with this new technology, including drones. Or maybe Strong One says maybe Arvid was talking about a big drone swarm of small drones. Oh, update. We have a news update for you. News update. Speaker Ghalibaf of the Iranian parliament, who's one of the people who negotiated with the U.S. and Pakistan, he has just begun a television interview on the Khabar network. That is from Iranian state media. So in the coming minutes, we should be getting some quotes from Speaker Ghalibaf. I'm already seeing some quotes from him. I'm seeing... Okay, so Speaker Ghalibaf is going to say some things. I just saw this from Iranian state media. Look at this. Ghalibaf said, it would have been better to talk to our people, dear people, sooner, but work commitments gave me less time. Oh, he just said the U.S., based on its cunning, did this again during the negotiations in the 12-day war. They initially killed the commanders, and in this war, they killed us in a defensive meeting, when we were having a defensive meeting, meaning that criminal behavior happened again. That's from Mayor News. I wonder what Tasneem is posting. Hold on a second here. So next time, when we're waiting for more from Speaker Ghalibaf, who is talking to, who is giving an interview right now. There's also state media. That's what it looks like. He's giving this interview. So I'm waiting to get more quotes from Ghalibaf. Let's see what he says. Okay, I see a new quote here from him. He said, in the first war, we had a 14 to 15-hour delay in responding and attacking, but in this war, despite the martyrdom of the commander-in-chief, chief of the general staff, and commander of the IRGC, which could have caused a disruption, we saw that the response was carried out in the shortest possible time, and this shows our structure is a solid one. The martyred supreme leader also said this country relies on God and the nation and will move forward even in our absence. We'll see what else he has to say. Hang on. Is he going to make any big pronunciations, any big pronouncements? Galibaf. I am seeing all these different Iranian state media outlets are reporting on this interview with Galibaf right now. He is on TV. Yeah, the U.S., I believe, killed a number of Iranian military leaders in a meeting. I think President Trump at one point posted about it. I'm waiting to hear more. I'm waiting for them to post the next part of Galibaf's interview. But he's talking right now. Hey, thank you, Broomco, who thinks Joe Rogan is not the same height as is claimed online. It's a bit off topic, but thank you so much to Broomco. I appreciate it. I'm just waiting for the next update about what Galibaf said. Maybe he'll say something big. I don't know. I don't know what's coming up in his interview. Okay, do we have something else? Let's see. Not yet. Not yet. I am waiting for an update about what Galibaf is saying on TV right now. Mohammed Bagher Galibaf. Thanks, No Not November from Denmark, who says, as long as we're not talking about Greenland, we're good. I'm still waiting for the next comments from Galibaf. By the way, Yonhap News reports that North Korea has fired an unidentified ballistic missile eastward. They fire these missiles once in a while, do missile tests. Oh, I think I have new from Galibaf. New statement from Galibaf. Let's see. I gotta get this on the screen a little bigger for you. Check it out, guys. Let's see what he said. That didn't work. Let's try this again. Why is that getting all weird? One moment here. It's blinking on and off. Let's try it not blinking on and off. There he is. He's on TV right now in Iran. The people themselves were sent because the supreme leader and the Ummah became the supreme leader in the Ummah and God guided them. The Speaker of the Parliament, in a televised interview with the people, our great supreme leader always said, we're going too fast. Let's go to the previous one. Our great supreme leader always said, don't think the revolution depends on us. This revolution relies on God and the nation, and things will move forward even in our absence. Our martyred supreme leader said a few days before his martyrdom that God sends people. Today, after 49 days of war, we have understood it. And these words of the martyred Imam have become reality. The people themselves were sent because the Imam and the nation became the Imam in the nation, and God guided them. Then he says, in the third war of aggression, our response began immediately. The third war of aggression began with American cunning in the middle of negotiations, and both started the war by assassinating our commanders and martyred supreme leader, but we had the experience of the 12-day war he meant against Israel last year. In the 12-day war, there was a 14-hour delay in our response, but in the third imposed war, despite the fact that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the commander of the IRGC, and the chief of the general staff were killed, and this could have caused a delay in several hours in our response. As in the previous war, you saw that our response began immediately. And he also said, hold on a second here. Hang on. Give me one moment here. He also said, the enemy must have understood that the structure of our country does not rely on individuals. The fact that we respond to the enemy immediately after the war indicates our country, with the support of the people, is responding to the enemy. So he's making the case that killing individuals is not going to defeat Iran. He might be speaking for a while. I have no idea what he's going to say. Waiting for more with his interview. Nothing new from President Trump yet about the situation. Oh, he just said something else. Hold on. More coming. I'll have to get the exact quote, but Al Jazeera says that Ghalibaf says Trump requested a ceasefire because we were the victors on the battlefield. I'm waiting for the next text update that I can show you. Trav Rake says Trump is cooking. Everything is a win. The king has spoken. I don't know why we're getting... hold on here. New comments from Ghalibaf. Hold on, let me put them on the screen for you. New comments from Ghalibaf, who is doing a TV interview now, Speaker of the Parliament. He says, what does he say? With the missile that exploded near the American F-35, the enemy realized our technical capabilities. We will definitely be more powerful in this war, which he calls the third imposed war in the field of offense and planning, than in the past, and we saw it on the field. Today, our people are cleaner than before the war. They are now on the streets for nearly 50 nights a day. That must be like a bad translation. In the technical field, we shot down about 180 drones, he claims, which we did not have such a capability of in the previous war in the field of defense. All of these events happened in a few months. Hitting the F-35 that was shot down is not an accident. It is an operation in various technical and design dimensions. And with the missile that exploded near that aircraft, the enemy understood what our capabilities are and what direction we are heading. He is giving this interview now on Iranian television. Quirk Sugar Plum says, this sure sounds like we're making very good progress. We'll see what else he has to say. I don't see anything super big yet, but you never know. Oh, he also says this. He says, the enemy is strategically behind us and has been defeated. We did not destroy the enemy. They have money and weapons, but they have failed in strategy against us. Midtown Mike says everyone is winning. as we wait for what he says next, I just need 1 minute. 1 minute. Give me 1 quick minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Hang on. Okay, thank you. We're back. Waiting to hear more about what Speaker of Iranian Parliament Ghalibaf is saying on TV right now. And still haven't heard anything more from Trump or the US about response to the Iran's shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and attacking ships in the strait. I am seeing that according to Al Jazeera, Ghalibaf also says, oh, I'm going to wait. He's talking about the ceasefire now. He's talking about the ceasefire and negotiations. Hang on a moment. Let's get more comments from Ghalibaf. I need to wait a second till the full comments are reported by state media. In the meantime, I will put on the screen. Oh, hold on. No, I'm seeing it right now. Nope, that's not new yet. Thank you, Heliodorus. Thank you. Who says, has anyone coined a term for IRGC PR channels, anything like Baghdad Bob, Isfahan Araj, I miss old Bob? Al Jazeera says, Ghalibaf just said, we do not trust the enemy, and if they make any mistake, our armed forces will respond. They are fully prepared. Okay, here's a new passage, quote, from Speaker Ghalibaf, who's on TV right now. It says, of course, it must be said that they were seeking a ceasefire. Speaker Ghalibaf said, if we accepted it was to record our demands So this is where negotiation is a method of struggle, and these three, the square, the street, and diplomacy, are complementary and in fact are one square. Our main goal should be to pursue and consolidate the rights of the nation within this framework. I have some more quotes from him. Hold on a second here. Oh, here's another one, another quote from Ghalibaf. The enemy failed in its various plans, destroying the air and missile forces, destroying the navy, attacking on the ground, and opening the Strait of Hormuz. They were powerless in all of these. Oh, a bunch more quotes from him. Hold on. Speaker Ghalibaf says, "We fought an asymmetric war in such a way that we repelled the enemy with our own planning and preparation. They make the wrong strategic decisions. We are not stronger than America in military power. It is clear they have more money." Hold on. "It is clear they have more money, equipment, and facilities, and they have violated many times in the world. They also have more experience than us. The Israeli regime, which is America's servant and agent in the region, also has great power. Sometimes we see our dear people saying, 'We destroyed them.' No, we did not destroy them. We are the winners in this war. Equipment, facilities, and money are certainly effective in war and victory, but this is not always the case. We fought an asymmetric war in such a way that we repelled the enemy with our own planning and preparation. The enemy had money and facilities, but they did not act properly in their planning. They make wrong strategic decisions. They make mistakes regarding our people, just as they make mistakes in their military planning." He continues, "The U.S. government claims that it is important to put America first," right? Make America first. The U.S. government claims that it's important to put America first, but in practice, it has shown it is important to put Israel first because it makes decisions based on false information about Israel. Sometimes I hear from the people of Aziz and even the national media that we have destroyed all of their military powers, so let's go ahead and destroy the rest and not negotiate. We will definitely have the upper hand on the battlefield, and that is why Trump is calling for a ceasefire." When the enemy does not achieve its goals, it means it has failed. He says the enemy was forced to declare a ceasefire within 40 days. The enemy sought to change the regime and Venezuelanize Iran in order to auction our oil, but it failed. As time passed, the enemy realized that our fire pattern had not changed. In Isfahan, he encountered something worse than in Tabas. The enemy planned to bring 100 revolutions into the country from our western and eastern borders and create chaos within the country, but he did not succeed and was defeated. He failed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and no one helped him. Means his allies. Their allies. It is clear that the enemy was defeated, but this is different from saying that we destroyed their army. Again, this is a translation of a current interview by the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, who also was one of the negotiators in Pakistan. So we're waiting to hear what else he has to say. Thank you so much to Lisa Messer for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Lisa Messer, thank you. All right, so I am waiting for the next batch of comments from him. John Turpin says terrorists love to scream victim while pointing guns at the world. That's what John said. As soon as I have more comments, I will show you. I don't feel like we've gotten any major announcements from him. I have no idea if like things will be quiet during the weekend or all of a something extreme will happen. I have absolutely no idea. I just don't know. The Strait of Hormuz is now closed completely, says Iran. If you approach it, you'll get attacked if you're in a boat. What's going to happen? Always Bardowski says it's going to be lit. I just don't know, you know, the ceasefire ends in 4 days. We still haven't heard about any kind of talks. What happened to the Monday talks in Pakistan? Is that going to actually happen? Morph says the only thing IRGC would understand is shock and awe 2.0. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Look at this from Galibaf, guys. Look at this. He says, we are fully prepared if they make the slightest mistake, we will respond with force. But he also says the field is fully prepared for negotiations. That sounds like they're ready for negotiations. Look, maybe he'll announce negotiations. What if he announces negotiations? We'll have to see. Thanks, Jesus UCSB, who says no talk, fight now. Lulu says, more negotiating by Wednesday. Adventures with Crystal says, we are just giving Iran time to get advanced weapons from China. By the way, thanks also to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you for all your support, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. I appreciate it. I'm waiting for more comments. I'm wondering if Ghalibaf, like I said, is there any chance that in his TV appearance that's currently airing on Iranian state TV, could he announce the next round of negotiations? He could. I mean, in theory, he could. I'm watching for more updates. I haven't seen him say it yet. Irish Spider says, let's talk action. After he speaks, I might make my food. Got to eat something. I don't have the next comments yet. By the way, you're looking. This is a live updating. It live updates. I'll refresh it anyway, but it's a live updating map, tracking map from marine traffic, ship tracking map, and again, nothing is close to going through either way. The Strait of Hormuz, because Iran has said, if you approach the strait, you will be considered it'll be considered what they say, collaborating with the enemy, and you will get attacked. Where is it here? Yeah, if approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be considered cooperation with the enemy, and the offending vessel will be targeted. So we're not seeing really anything in there. This ship is that tracking is from 13 hours ago. That's from 3 minutes ago, that one. But that's interesting. What time is this one? 21:34. That one's interesting. What is this one? This one came from Iran. That came from Iran. It has gone through the strait today. Where is it supposedly going? That's an Iranian ship. That's an Iranian flagged ship, by the way. Okay, that's interesting. It says destination PG port pod. I don't know what that means, but just to be clear, you might say, why is that ship going through? Well, that's an Iranian ship. It's an Iranian container ship. So I guess I assume that the point, I guess Iranian ships don't count for the full closure, which would make sense. But if you're wondering what the deal with that ship is, it is an Iranian flagged ship. And now, as to why it hasn't been stopped by the U.S., because if it's coming from Iran, it's technically under blockade. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Cranky Fan says, I thought we blockaded their ports. So I don't know why that ship hasn't been stopped. I'm sure the U.S. is aware of it. This is interesting. I just saw Al Mayadeen says that Ghalibaf in his interview says the task of securing the rights of the Iranian people must be undertaken by powerful diplomacy. So he is talking about negotiations. Veronica says he's an IRGC terrorist. Okay, a couple more quotes from Ghalibaf I'm seeing right now. He said to Iranian TV speaker Ghalibaf, "We are ready to respond if the enemy makes any mistake or at any moment." Here's a new statement from Ghalibaf in his interview. "We have no trust in the enemy. As long as we were pursuing the work in the field and military, we stood firm and we stand firm today, and we are ready at any moment if the enemy makes a mistake, because we have no trust in the enemy. And even at that moment, as we sit here, he may start a war." I think he's referring to like the end of the ceasefire. "The armed forces in the field are fully prepared. It's not that the armed forces are not ready now. that we are negotiating, but rather just as the people are on the streets, our armed forces are also ready. One thought here is, so there's been talk that perhaps there's a difference and a disagreement in Iran between the Revolutionary Guard military and the political leadership. I assume he would be part of the political. Ghalibaf. So my point is, I don't know how well you might be getting one view from the Iranian leadership, but there may be another one that he's not giving you when you hear him. Yeah, for example, the Institute for the Study of War said today, they say that the IRGC appears to be controlling Iranian decision-making instead of Iranian political officials who are engaging with the U.S. in negotiations. Ghalibaf is one of theirs. Hold on. I talked about this post from them earlier from at the Study of War, where they say the IRGC appears to be controlling Iranian decision-making instead of Iranian political officials who are engaging with the U.S. in negotiations, particularly Foreign Affairs Minister IRGC. They talk about how IRGC posted yesterday the strait was open, but then the Revolutionary Guard criticized the statement and outlined specific conditions for vessels to transit through the strait that amount to Iran retaining control. The IRGC's decision to interfere with international shipping and act in contradiction to IRGC's statement reflects broader divisions within the Iranian regime. The IRGC, the military, appears to be driving Iranian decision-making instead of Iranian officials who have engaged with the U.S. in recent weeks, such as IRGC, but also Ghalibaf would be another one. That's what Institute for the Study of War believes. Oh, another update about what Ghalibaf is saying for you. Al-Masira says, Ghalibaf just said in the interview, we will not give up our rights during negotiations. If you target our infrastructure, we will target American infrastructure and others will be harmed as well. He also said, the Strait of Hormuz was a latent power, and today all of this power has become actual. Latent means kind of waiting to be activated. He also said, we believe all the peoples of the region and the world should use the Strait of Hormuz. We are not like the Americans. Stormy Dude says, let's see if that strategy works for them. I haven't seen any further comments from President Trump, by the way, or the administration in general. OSIN Technical, who I follow, just said the Strait of Hormuz has cleared out tonight after Iranian forces announced a closure and attacked multiple commercial ships. Yes, we have been talking about that. Nothing. And that right there is from 13 hours ago, that one. Here's some more comments from the Iranian parliament speaker, who is giving an interview right now. He said, we began examining American messages on the 36th day of the war, and before that, none of its ultimatums were heeded. When the enemy was unable to impose his demands on us through military force and failed to influence us with his ultimatums and saw that we were standing firm in the field, he sent us a message through various countries. Of course, today we stand stronger than the day the ceasefire was not in place. The U.S. sent a 15-point package to our country via Pakistan. The issue was thoroughly examined by the Supreme National Security Council in Iran. This issue was related to the 36th day of the war. Before that, we were standing firm. When Trump gave an ultimatum and threatened to, I think, destroy infrastructure, we said, we're destroying infrastructure too. President Trump said, I'll create hell. We said, if you create hell, it will be hell for the American families and the rest of the world first. Yes, we will be hurt, but you will be hurt first. He also says, we said that if America is seeking a ceasefire, Trump should announce in his tweet that he is requesting a ceasefire, so everyone knows that the request for a ceasefire came from them and that this is diplomacy of authority. We were victorious in the field. The enemy had not achieved any of its 9 objectives, and Iran also dominated the strait, he says. Corker thinks it sounds like Ghalibaf is being threatened by the hardliners. Shelley Amsterdam says, words, only words. TM816 says, Iran is playing decades-long games, old games. Oh, hold on a second here. Guys, hold on. Is this a new report? I don't know if this is a new report. Oh, I didn't mention this. Axios reported that Trump convened an Iran situation, a situation room meeting about Iran today. We talked about that. And Axios said the vice president was there, Secretary of Defense, Treasury Secretary. There was photos, I believe, of Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leaving the White House today. So, situation room meeting about Iran. Axios says a senior U.S. official said, if there is no breakthrough soon, the war could resume in the coming days. Again, Axios says a senior U.S. official said, if there's no breakthrough soon, the war could resume in the coming days. Claudiot says, shock and awe is nice if you send in ground troops. Otherwise, it doesn't get you anything. All right, in a moment, I'm going to have to make a little food because I have not eaten. I need to eat something. I might take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Our viewer, Catherine Santiago, thinks Trump wants this to end soon. He wants to go to China. Oh, by the way, there's some new reporting by the Wall Street Journal. They have a new story if you want to read it over there. But the headline on the Wall Street Journal right now, one of the headlines is Iran's hardliners flex their muscle with a U-turn over Hormuz. They say that the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the reversal of that, the quick reversal of the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz has laid bare a rift between the country's political leaders and the military hardliners. So they think something similar is going on to what the Institute for the Study of War thinks. And they say this will lead to difficulty for President Trump to nail down concessions. They say the episode in the Strait shows those expressing a willingness to compromise might not have the full backing of Iran's newly empowered hardliners. Interesting. Some of our viewers have mentioned this. Is Trump negotiating with the people who are really in control? The people who negotiate, do they have the power to approve this stuff? Still Rock in the 80s says no concessions are coming. It's fantasy land. So I'm going to post just a little bit of this article with a link to it. Iran's quick reversal of the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz has laid bare a rift between the country's political leaders and the military hardliners who have deepened their hold on the government since the war began. Okay. All right, hang on a moment. But it's an interesting question. Again, do the people who are going to show up at negotiations with the U.S., do they have power to agree to something and then basically impose it on Iran? Or could they agree to something and then the Revolutionary Guard's like, well, we don't like that. I'll take some comments from you guys in a second. Just trying to post this. I'll post the article, the link to the article on my X account. No update in 4 hours, says Jay. We haven't heard anything from President Trump for a while. I have heard no comment from President Trump all day on the fact that Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz and said and attacked ships in the strait. Oh, here's a couple new claims from the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, who is giving an interview right now. Here, look at this. He says, he claims that Iran decisively pushed back American minesweepers. I have no idea if that actually happened. He says the strait will become a safe route for travel, but with new rules. Today, the Strait of Hormuz is under control of the Islamic Republic, and we want the people of the world to use it. During the negotiations, the enemy was approaching the strait, and we warned them. And within 15 minutes, they withdrew their minesweeper. I don't know if that really happened. Oh, he's talking about negotiations. Hang on, I see some more statements from Ghalibaf about negotiations. He says the American and Iranian negotiating teams now have a more realistic understanding of each other. He says we must obtain guarantees that America and Israel will not wage war against us again. He says we reached an agreement with the Americans on some issues, but there are major differences on others. He says, we have a disagreement with the Americans regarding the nuclear issue and the Strait of Hormuz, but we have good intentions to achieve a lasting peace. Here, I'll show you some more comments from him. This is from state media. The Strait of Hormuz is a strait that the people of the world and countries should use. We will not allow the Americans to say that we have interest in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm a little confused. That must be a bad translation. The strait is a strait that the people of the world and countries should use. We understand this. We are not like America, who can swallow and take whatever it wants. But we will not allow the Americans to say we have interest in the Strait of Hormuz and want to interfere with it. Oh, so he's saying they're not going to allow the Americans to interfere. We are taking care of the rights and freedoms of countries around the world with our own protocols. I will be clear, they have blockaded the Strait of Hormuz for every day. He's saying that the U.S. has blockaded the strait for several days, meaning everyone in the world can pass through except Iran. What an ignorant and stupid decision, he says. Is it possible for everyone to pass through the Strait of Hormuz except Iran? This is another mistake they made. If you do not lift the blockade, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely be restricted, and there is no doubt about it. Our viewer, Real Virtual Outdoors, says, I am so sick of their propaganda. Tell you what, let's just forget the ceasefire and get it on. Excuse me. Oh, here's some more from Ghalibaf, the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, who was at the Pakistan negotiations. He said, I told J.D. Vance in Islamabad, we have no trust in you. In Islamabad, Mr. Vance said that I came with good intentions for lasting peace, and I responded that I had a tweet before the trip, and you must have seen it, where I wrote that we are also going to Islamabad with good intentions, but with distrust. We have no trust in you, U.S. Your president tweeted that if they don't decide to negotiate within 24 hours, it's unclear whether they'll be alive. I said, this is your behavior, Americans, and we'll stand until the end. Those words coincided with the presence of minesweepers in the strait. I said we were not warmongering, but we were and are ready for war. Karen Margaret Schmidler says we cannot bomb our way out of this quagmire. Hey, thanks Fou de la Lune for your support. I really appreciate that, Fou de la Lune. Also, G-Money Food Stamps for being a member, thank you. And also, thanks so much to NMCT, who says, chat is crazy. Some perspective, 4.5 of active duty and only 9.5 of Navy is deployed in the Middle East this entire time. U.S. obliterated the 14th most powerful army in the world with less than 10%. Thanks, NMCT, for your support of the channel. Joanne Penn says, I have read the U.S. is prepping to board Iranian ships now to place further pressure and open the strait. Yes, we actually talked about that earlier in the stream. I don't know if that's true. The Wall Street Journal reported earlier today claiming that the U.S. was, the exact nature of the report, which we talked about earlier, They said the U.S. military is preparing in the coming days to board Iran-linked oil tankers and seize commercial ships in international waters. They said the American military will pursue vessels around the world that are helping Iran. So we'll see if that happens. Thank you, Joanne Penn, for writing it. We have any more comments from Speaker Ghalibaf during his interview? Ghalibaf says, we have always sought to normalize traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, and we still do. If it has stopped now, it is because the ceasefire in Lebanon was not fully established. That's interesting because that's a little different than what the Revolutionary Guard says, that it stopped because the U.S. has not lifted the blockade. Ghalibaf also says the negotiation is also a method of struggle to compete on the field and assert the rights of the people present on the streets and fulfill their demands. The people in the street arena are armed forces in the military arena, and I, as a combatant, follow their demands in the negotiations arena. Oh, so here is some more from Ghalibaf, from his interview, which is airing now, the Speaker of Iranian Parliament. He also said, this is from state media, we dealt decisively with America's attempt to clear mines, considering it a violation of the ceasefire. And we advanced to the point of conflict, he claims, but the enemy retreated. In Islamabad, he says, I told the American delegation that if their minesweeper moves even a little further from its position, we will definitely shoot it. They asked for 50 minutes to give the order to turn back, and they did. This is what he's claiming. I don't know if that's true. The Americans have been declaring a blockade for several days now. This is a clumsy and ignorant decision. It is impossible for others to be able to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but we cannot. If the U.S. does not lift the blockade, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely be restricted. The fact that due to their mistake, I guess he means starting the war, the capacity of the Strait of Hormuz became available to us was the grace of God and the result of the sincerity of the people and the blood of the martyrs. The ceasefire ends on Wednesday. He says he is ready to sacrifice his life for the country, Ghalibaf. Today, negotiation papers and war plan sketches are the same to me. I am ready to sacrifice both my life and my honor. I never volunteered to be a negotiator. I am the rest of the warriors, and there is no doubt that there is no success for me except martyrdom. Today, both negotiation papers and war map sketches are the same to me. I am ready to sacrifice both my life and my honor. I am ready to give blood, and I am ready to drink blood. What is important is that the rights of the nation of Iran and the pride of Iran are protected. We are all moving forward under the leadership of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. Oop, is there more? No. Hold on. Thank you, Mercado Media. Not Mercado Media. Not Mercado Media. Mercado 91 for your support. Where are you seeing these ships, Mercado? I don't see anything near this area, the central part of the strait. You gave me names. Moshchari, this cargo ship. Well, Moshchari is not. Oh, you're talking about ships. You're not talking about ships going. You're saying ships that the U.S. could blockade could talk to. I see what you're saying. So this is an Iranian cargo ship. Okay, so what our viewer Mercado says is, hey, look, this is an Iranian cargo ship. It left from Iran about it left yesterday, it looks like. That would have been about 8 p.m. last night. I mean, it's been going for about a day. I don't know if that's a ship that the U.S. will turn back or not. I mean, technically, if it's leaving from Iran, which it did, it's in violation of the blockade. Yeah, and you said this one as well. And again, this is one which is that left from Iran, right? I believe so. And that's Iran up there, Bandar Abbas. That's going this way. Again, that's been traveling for. That left on the 17th. So it's been traveling for a while. So yeah, I don't know if any of these ships are going to be turned back. I just, that's up to the U.S. But thanks for mentioning that, Mercado. You mentioned this one too. Again, that's an Iranian ship. Yep. Similar, left from Iran. So several ships there that Mercado pointed out, left from Iran. Will they be allowed to keep going? Good question. I don't know. Two minutes ago. The other ones were recent too, I think. That was 4 minutes ago, the Shamim. Thank you, Mercado. Also, thanks to S. Mickey for the membership, the gift membership. Thanks also, Kalanved our member, and Burson Rockenstone. Thanks for being a member. Hang on. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming for your support. Also, it's really nice of you. Deep Think Now, that's really nice of you. Who says, stands to reason, regardless how this ends, that when they have nukes, Deep Think Now thinks Iran's going to get nukes. They are more likely to use them against those that have attacked their land and people, like making a normal dog mean. They are going to bite hard. So Deep Think Now thinks Iran will get nuclear weapons in the future, and they would be more like to launch. They'll be more hostile to the U.S. in the future because of this. That's what Deep Think Now thinks. Thank you, Deep Think Now. That's really nice of you. Really appreciate your support for the channel. I think there's a way I can do a fleet. My fleet. Create fleet. Create fleet. Saturday. Vessels. I'll put the ones that Mercado said in here. How's that, Mercado? And then later we can check up on them and see how they're doing. If we forget to check up. See, you can highlight the ships, I guess. We'll keep an eye on that, so you can turn them off. But you can. It's good. I haven't made any fleets yet, so you can click on it and turn it on. Okay, you can make fleets of different color. But none of those went through. Nothing's gone through since we've been on the air. Nothing's come close to going through since we've been on the air. They say anything that approaches the strait will be attacked. Let me check and see if the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament said anything else I want to pass along in his interview. Sorry about that. That's different. Where is this? Let me look this up. Here's some more comments from the ongoing interview being broadcast with the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, Ghalibaf. Oopsie, that's not what I want to do. He said Trump is a master of lying and psychological warfare. Yesterday he posted 8 tweets, 7 of which were lies. He also said, let me say, if we were negotiating with the U.S. when Trump said it, why all these ultimatums? Why was he threatening to destroy infrastructure? He also said, when they said they wanted to destroy our bridges and power plants, I felt ashamed of them when I saw them holding the hands of their wives and children and forming human chains around these power plants and bridges. Hey, thanks, Platinum Dose, our new member. Thank you so much. Also, the one and only our member. Thank you so much. By the way, quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, and Colto PK, Ma Florida, Naomi Russo, Midtown Mike, Stumpy Stump. Thanks for being subscribers. Tuna, and also Sandy Doggo, and Larry Fowl. Thanks for subscribing. Chief Hung, thanks for subscribing. Timbit Power, Boba J Fett. All of our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members, want to shout them out as well. People like Evelyn in Maine, Scope 103, Eric Johnson, Lotto the Gamer, Fred Flintstone, Barry Supernove, thank you. Darcy, Bart and Terry on Kamano, Jesus UCSB, Karen Margaret Schmidler, Vlashi Guy, North, thanks to all of our members. Michelle Asiavadi. King of the Zings, Confidence in God, thank you for being members. Also, Lewis R., no joke, just sent 50 memberships. Wow, Lewis, that's super nice of you. So generous of Lewis R. Thanks, Lewis, for all your support for the channel. Please thank Lewis or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription, but that is super nice of Lewis. 50 memberships over there on YouTube. Hey, and Vlachi Guy gave 5 memberships too. Thanks, Vlachi Guy. Look at all those new members over there on YouTube. Thank you, Vlachi Guy. Lots of new members. For those who didn't see it, I'm just going to play once more what happened probably about 12 hours ago when it looks like they closed the strait. So what happened is after our broadcast last night, a few hours after, some ships actually started going through the strait. So if you look, this is, 16 hours ago or something. See the ships like the Torin, see that line of tankers in the red there starting to go through? So that happened, right? This is way sped up. But the ships go through one after the other and they start leaving the Persian Gulf through the strait. And then after that initial batch, more ships start going, including some green cargo ships. Red tankers, green cargo ships. A bunch of them are going through. And then watch what happens. Keep an eye out for this area up here. Watch what happens in a little bit. All of a sudden, they just turn around. They start turning around and they go back where they came from. And then these ships which were waiting go back and everything clears out. Everything clears out. So it looks like that's around the time they closed it. Very noticeable. Let me show you again them turning around right here. Watch the ships just turn around. Wow, right there. And they go back. One of them was the Sanmar Herald, which I believe was fired upon. The Sanmar Herald, if you look at Sanmar Herald, see Sanmar Herald, where is it here? Right there. That ship was reportedly fired on. There's audio reportedly from that ship saying, like, don't fire on us. You said we could go through. That's a tanker. That's an Indian tanker that had made it all the way there. And then they got fired on by Iranian gunships. And then they had to go, then they went back. I posted that audio on my X account at Lookner. Lisa Sawyer thinks the U.S. should escort the tankers out. That's the current view. Thank you, Kimberly Geiger and Tundra Jason. Thanks, Tundra, for the memberships. Very nice of you, Tundra Jason. I mean, there's various positives and negatives to doing escorts. But, I mean, one thing an escort very well might stop is the ships being attacked by gunboats. Let's Go says too many tankers to escort. I mean, you have all these issues where it puts the military ships at risk. The U.S. is staying out of the Strait right now with their ships. Joan Knight says, I wish there could be video of the blockade in action. You mean like live video? We do not have that. If you have U.S. or other allied ships escorting these ships out, the allied ships themselves can become targets. Let me just see if I have. This is a somewhat positive comment from Gali Baf. Look at this one from his interview that he's doing on Iranian TV now. The Islamabad talks did not eliminate our mistrust, but I think the two sides' understanding of each other became more real. He also said, he also said, we want a lasting peace so that war does not happen again. We have differences of opinion on several nuclear issues and the Strait of Hormuz. In the trilateral talks, we emphasized that we completely distrust America, and we made that clear. We still have differences of opinion on several nuclear issues and the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, the essence of negotiation is for understanding, but we have our principles. What is fundamental for us is distrust of America. We have good intentions and want a lasting peace so that war does not happen again. The regime and America have been in a constant cycle of war, ceasefire, and peace. This cycle must be broken, and peace must be sustainable, and it must be guaranteed that war will not happen again. Katie says, right. Sarcastically, I think. Again, this is one of the Iranian negotiators, Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf. Kill Chronic says lies, all lies. He did say the American and Iranian delegations now have a more realistic understanding of each other. Nicole Grajewski is a professor at, is it Seri Sciences Po? It's at a university in Paris. I see her quoted a lot, Nicole Grajewski, as an Iran expert in like articles. A lot of people, I guess she's a respected Iran expert. Because I do see her quoted a bunch. She reposted, for whatever it's worth, someone named Arash Azizi. Now, he's an author, and he's a Yale historian. Arash Azizi. Now, I'm not familiar with Arash, but he is a Yale historian, okay, and author. And Arash Azizi posted today saying, many in the Iranian security establishment expect a surprise U.S.-Israeli attack this weekend. Now, again, I cannot verify this, but I do know that she is, again, I've read her in a bunch of different articles quoted, and she's seen as somebody who knows a lot about Iran, and she's widely seen, and she reposted this Yale historian and writer, who I think might be Iranian, who said many in the Iranian security establishment expect a surprise U.S.-Israeli attack this weekend. Mac and Cheese says, sure is possible. Timber 101 says, could Trump not posting be a signal that something is going on? Michelle Batten says, I doubt we will remove the blockade. Thank you, Jim Rockford, for being a member. Thanks, Jim. Ghalibaf, the Iranian speaker, says on TV, America must decide to earn the trust of the Iranian people. If they want to respond in good faith, they must abandon their spirit of unilateralism and exclusivity. Also, he says, again, he was one of the negotiators. He says, it must be said we have made progress in the negotiations, but the gaps are still large, he says. Here, let me show you this right here. Long interview with him. He says, we have reached a conclusion on some issues, And on some issues, there have been other proposals, and we are still far from the final discussion. We insist on some issues, and these are not forgivable for us, and there are only one or two of them, and they also have similar issues. In summary, we have made progress in the negotiations, but there are still many gaps and some fundamental points remain. The U.S. must decide to gain the trust of the Iranian people. This is the most important step that the U.S. must take. If they want to respond in good faith, they must abandon unilateralism and the spirit of imposition in their approach to dialogue. Our policy is also a step-by-step action, and it should not be the case that we fulfill our commitments and they do not. In the event of an agreement, we take one step and they must take one step. Billy is A-OK, says the gaps are large because they want to kill us, but we will never let them. Just Insane thinks you can't trust terrorists. By the way, thank you to King Naka, our member. Thank you, King Naka. So Ali Hashem, who's with Al Jazeera, he posted a short while ago an update about some reporting about the negotiations. He said that the Pakistani delegation was in Iran till this evening. He says, according to Ali Hashem of Al Jazeera, Iran seems to be sticking to its original red lines regarding enrichment and the highly enriched uranium stockpiles, which I assume means that they're still saying they will not give up enriching the ability to enrich uranium, the right to enrich uranium, and also they will not give up their stockpiles of highly enriched uranium. And Ali Hashem says Pakistan is still exerting efforts to find any possible breakthrough to prevent the resumption of hostilities. This is kind of an interesting news report I saw in Iranian state media, where it's the Revolutionary Guard saying their aerospace force does not have a page on X. They say, following the publication of articles quoting the commander in the IRGC Aerospace Force Command in the past few hours, the Revolutionary Guard Public Relations Department announced in a statement that, the Brigadier General Mousavi, who I guess is the commander of, is Mousavi the commander of the IRGC in general? Let me see here. Well, there's a Mousavi who died. Let's see. That's not going to be the one. Mahid. Mahid Mousavi. Sorry. Mahid Mousavi is commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force. Anyway, they say this commander and the IRGC Aerospace Force do not have any pages on X, and their only official pages on the upscrolled platform. They say, by launching fake pages in the name of IRGC commanders in cyberspace, the enemy is seeking to gain credibility for these pages in the long term and to transmit false messages in their name at critical moments in the battle against Iran and Israel. Anyway, I just wanted to. I thought that was interesting. I wanted to pass that along. Oh, I did see this. Hold on. New from Iranian state media. Another statement from a different government official. The Iranian deputy foreign minister, this is a new report from Iranian state media. The Iranian deputy foreign minister says, new guidelines will be issued for the Strait of Hormuz. No enriched materials will be sent to the U.S. Yesterday, President Trump said the U.S. was going to work with Iran and take enriched uranium out of Iran. No enriched material will be sent to the U.S., and this issue is not up for discussion. That's, the highly enriched material could be used in theory one day by Iran to make a bomb or bombs. And that is something that President Trump has insisted, I believe, that's not going to be left there. Numerous messages have been exchanged between Iran and the U.S., but the U.S. insists on demands that Tehran considers excessive. We have not yet reached a point in the negotiations where we can go to a real meeting, because there are issues on which the Americans have not yet relented from their maximalist position. Well, that doesn't sound promising for a Monday meeting, does it? New guidelines will be established as part of for the Strait of Hormuz will be established as part of the negotiations, and the strait will remain open and safe for all civilian passage. Anyways, that was just posted by IRIB, Iran State Media. Now, I don't know when he said this stuff because it's 2:30 there, so I presume he said this earlier tonight or earlier today. Randall says if not sent to the U.S., it can be sent to Pakistan or Turkey. Well, I don't know if President Trump will be okay with that, but we keep hearing from Iran that they're not sending it anywhere. Thank you, South American Man, who says, "Are they watching Netflix in Tehran tonight?" Well, I don't know if it's. I don't know that Netflix is allowed there. First of all, you might be joking, but also their internet is still down. Only certain approved sites they can go to, but there's been an internet blackout there for the duration of the war. Thank you also, thank you South America Man, thank you Waltham Mass for the memberships, very nice of you. And also Dhruv Sharma, who says, will this U.S. blockade last long? It's a great question, I have no idea. I really think I need to put some food in. I haven't eaten. Tui says, someone give them internet. I bet things would change very quickly. Spilled Coffee says the enriched material was the whole point of the war, so sounds like there is no progress other than the temporary ceasefire in resolving this. Garnett Daly thinks Trump is in meetings right now. Trump is going to hit hard tonight. You know, the last I saw, oh, hold on a second. I saw a new Trump. I missed this. An hour and a half ago, the White House press pool said the pool was loaded back into the vans and moved into position to take our place in the presidential motorcade. No word from the White House on whether President Trump hit the links or what he's been doing at the golf club or what has become a spectacular mid-spring day. All right. Okay. So around 1:30, President Trump went to the Trump golf course in D.C., but he wasn't wearing his golf clothing. He was wearing the suit he was wearing earlier in the day, okay? And this update was about 5:30, 4 hours later, and John Bennett from the White House press pool said, "We have not seen Trump since he headed inside the club, and we don't have any word on what he's doing at the golf club." So I don't know what President Trump's been doing there. And they haven't posted anything about after that, the White House press pool. Could he be having meetings there? I mean, I don't know. Would he had a situation room meeting at the White House earlier today, reportedly, said Axios. So I don't know what's going on. It's interesting, though. Kate actually says that's odd. Yeah, again, there's no report that he actually went to play golf. He actually was on the golf course. I'm going to take 5 minutes and I'm going to put some food in the air fryer for myself. So, hang on a moment here. I got to eat something. I have to eat something. I don't know what's going on. I just don't know. What I do know is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and no ship is allowed to approach the strait or it will be attacked, says Iran. Okay, so give me about 5 minutes and I'll come back. I appreciate everybody being here and our moderators as well. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes with more coverage. Sorry, that was longer than 5 minutes, I know. But the food is cooking. All right, we're bringing you live coverage here. What's going to happen with the Iran war? Oops, I'm hearing two. Now I'm hearing two of myself. But as a bunch of you know, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz today, and they said that it's not going to open again until the U.S. lifts the blockade, and they said that any ship that approaches the Strait of Hormuz will be treated as cooperation with the enemy and will be targeted. And that comes after yesterday when President Trump was saying that they had committed to opening the Strait of Hormuz and that they were never going to close it again, and that the Strait of Hormuz issue was over. So I can't imagine President Trump is happy about this, but we do not know. I have not seen any reaction from the Trump administration, including Trump himself, about these developments. Oh, also something else that happened over the past day is several ships in the Strait of Hormuz got attacked by Iran. India said 2 of its ships got shot at by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. So what is going to happen? FJ, who I follow. Now, I was mentioning this. I just mentioned. Actually, I need about 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Hold on. So, I had earlier I told you about this professor who is seen as an authority on Iran, and she had reposted someone else, a historian, who said that, I forget exactly what the historian said, but something about that what did the historian say? Hold on. A historian saying that there was some concern somewhere that there might be some kind of U.S. attack this weekend. That was the basic idea. Oh, yes, it was Nicole Grajewski. She had reposted a historian who said that Arash Azizi, who said many in the Iranian security establishment expect a surprise U.S.-Israeli attack this weekend. And then FJ, who I follow, who I know, reports on the Middle East and keeps a close eye on the Middle East. FJ just posted a few minutes ago saying a lot of chatter in Iranian and Israeli circles about an imminent attack. Now, I have no idea if there's going to be any kind of attack or anything like that. We've been talking about it today, though. We did a poll earlier where I asked you, will Trump attack Iran before the ceasefire ends, because of what's happened with the Strait of Hormuz. The idea would be that maybe the U.S. in Israel, or maybe the U.S. would launch some sort of attack to motivate Iran to get the negotiations going. Oh, hold on a second. I have an update for you. As of 6 minutes ago, as of 8 minutes ago, White House press pool. After a lengthy stay at his golf club in Sterling, the president's motorcade rolled 8 minutes ago. Fellow poolers with sharp eyes says Trump was wearing a white polo shirt. We don't know if he even played golf. As we waited, a caddy walked through the parking lot carrying a golf bag with White House Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's name on it. Secret Service personnel wiped down the presidential SUVs, which gleamed in the springtime sun. A uniformed officer drove by in a golf cart with his K9 partner, a large German Shepherd. Anyways, so it sounds like he might have played golf. Maybe he played golf and talked about Iran with Steve Witkoff today. Maybe instead of meeting inside, they met on the golf course. It's possible. But again, there was a golf bag with Steve Witkoff's name on it. But we haven't heard, again, it wasn't clear until the White House press pool did not know what he was doing. He's been at his club for about 6 hours. Maybe he did met with somebody at the club and then played a little golf after. I'm not sure. He's going back to the White House, though. Yes, as Sobero says, Trump said earlier today, we will know something more today. It was unclear what he was referring to. Yeah, I don't know if he was talking about negotiations or something else. He did mention that we would get more news today. I can probably give you the exact quote. He said, it's going actually along very well, and we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them, and we're taking a tough stand, and they killed a lot of people. A lot of our people have been killed. He means by Iran over the years. I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I just need 15 seconds. Hold on. I will say that the Wall Street Journal, I think it was a week or two ago, I think about a week ago, the Wall Street Journal had reported that President Trump was considering some sort of limited strikes in addition to the blockade. I believe that was the report, to try to push Iran to move forward on negotiations and make concessions. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I would not be surprised if something like that happened. By the way, thanks to Nashinas26. Nashinas says people in Iran can use local services like Uber and Amazon and SMS and phone call, and claims that international TV is accessible via satellite dishes. I don't know that might all be right. I'm not sure. Thank you so much, Nashinas. I really appreciate it. I don't have sources inside. What I can tell you is NetBlocks, who specializes in internet shutdowns, they said 15 hours ago that Iran has now been isolated from the global internet for 7 weeks. They have said previously that people can access local stuff, but I don't know specifically the local stuff they can access. Back on April 14th, they said it's their 46th day without international access. I have, anyway, that's an interesting topic. If I can see some more about it, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Nashinas. Nashinas 26, I appreciate that. I need to eat in a moment. But I will come back after I eat. I'm going to leave the stream up. And while I'm eating, I'll be checking on what's going on. If there's anything urgent, I'll come back in while I'm eating. But I want to shout out our moderators real quick. Janet B. and Beth Mythical are over there on YouTube. They're moderating right there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of our moderators. On Twitch, people like Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. I feel like a lot of people are just like, what's going to happen next? We seem to have a very unstable situation here. Kay Lowry Body is moderating over on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Bell Clary, Misha on X. And Shannon Davis Hughes is modding too. Thanks, Shannon Davis Hughes. Barry Eisler points out, Barry Eisler said 36 hours till the U.S. stock market is open. Well, 36 it would be for it's actually, and for oil it's about oil is right now 20. What is it? My brain, I have to eat. My brain's not working. Oil is 6 p.m. tomorrow. So oil, it's less than 24 hours. And then stocks is what, 9:30 a.m. Monday? Am I right? So maybe like 38 hours or something for stocks. All right, so let me I'm going to be checking what's happening, keeping an eye on things while I'm eating. I'm going to eat now, and I'll leave the stream up, and then I'll come back after, and we can talk more. And again, if there's something urgent, I will rush in here while I am eating. But I'll put down my fork and come in here. Thanks Chaos Bite on for being a member. Thanks Chaos Bite, and also thank you Jay Hoffman for subscribing on Twitch, and Damien F. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Damien F. All right, so let me do that. I will come back in a little bit. Oh, I have to put up on the screen that I am eating. Here, how's that? Okay. A little too big. I'll move it up. Okay, I'm going to eat, and I will see you in a... Hold on a second here. I'm going to also do this. Before I eat. Okay. I will be right back. I will be back after I eat, and we'll talk more. All right, we are back. I have still not seen any statement tonight or all day from President Trump or the White House or anyone else in the Trump administration responding to Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz and attacking several ships in the strait, which has happened today. A couple of the viewers thought it was maybe strangely quiet. Would we normally, is there anything to read into that we have not heard from President Trump on Truth Social? I mean, he did an event this morning, but he didn't really talk much about Iran at the event. He hasn't posted all day about, his last post on Truth Social was 11 hours ago, and that wasn't about Iran. And then before that, really only one post on Truth Social of his own today. Before that, you got to go back to yesterday. Remember, yesterday, here's a post from about 21 hours ago. This was 21 hours ago when President Trump said, President Xi of China is very happy that the Strait of Hormuz is open and or rapidly opening. Our meeting in China will be a special one and potentially historic. I look forward to being with President Xi. Much will be accomplished. Justin D. Winters says it's a readjust Saturday. Scope says and or. Benny Hill says no comment from Trump is a break. We are not seeing anything approaching the strait because President Trump has said that, not President Trump, because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said any ship that approaches the strait will be considered cooperating with the enemy and will be attacked, will be targeted. Oh, you know what? I need to just grab. I need about 1 minute because the one thing I didn't do is bring in more water. I ran out of water and I forgot to bring it in. So I need just 1 minute to get my water bottle filled up. Give me 1 minute. Sorry, that's the one thing I forgot to do. I'm just getting more water. Oops, Steve will. Give me a minute. Hey, by the way, thanks, Chris Renfro. Thank you, Chris Renfro. And also thank you to Pace 804. Pace 804 gave 5 people memberships. Very nice of you, Pace. And thanks, Chris Renfro, as well. It's 3:43 a.m. Iran time. Lid. We have a White House lid. I didn't see this before. White House lid, so President Trump we're not expected to see him on camera tonight. That doesn't mean he won't post. He could post on Truth Social. Maybe I will do another poll question, which is, will there be U.S. Iran in-person talks before ceasefire ends? The ceasefire ends on Wednesday. You can vote in the poll coming up. No, there was no in-person talk scheduled for Monday. There were reports that suggest it might happen Monday, but it has not been scheduled. If it's going to happen Monday, they got to announce it soon. I am a good goy says it's too quiet. I do not like this feeling. I mean, I do remember, it's not exactly similar, but I remember when the F-35 got shot down and it was quiet for like a day and a half. And it turned out that the reason it was quiet for a day and a half was that the U.S. was doing that big operation, rescue operation. There was actually a good reason it was quiet. Oh, what is this? I just saw something here as well. Hold on. So it's kind of, it does feel kind of quiet now. RJ thinks USA is planning something. By the way, 4 people were hurt. 3 people were injured at an incident at the BP Cherry Point refinery in Washington State. The situation has been contained. This is interesting. This is from Como News. Three injured in an incident at the BP Cherry Point refinery in Blaine, Washington. Hang on. There's very little detail on this. BP America. They post about it? I don't see anything about it. So Como says 3 people injured in an incident at the BP Cherry Point refinery in Blaine, Washington. BP says situation is contained. No risk to nearby communities. The company did not provide details about the cause and said more information would be released as it becomes available. This is an oil refinery. Okay, that's from Como. So if I hear more about that, I'll let you know. Sorry, I just had noticed that, so I wanted to mention it. I looked at a couple articles about it, and not a lot of information, so I don't know what happened there. I hope the people who were injured are okay. Anyways, a bunch of people were commenting that they thought it was suspiciously quiet. I also don't know, well, President Trump's been traveling a lot. He's been traveling a lot. I mean, a lot of weekends he goes to Florida, but he did not go to Florida this weekend. He's at the White House. I don't know if that's because of what's going on in Iran or just not. No, Trump he made a few quick comments about Iran this morning during another event. He didn't take questions on it, and he really didn't say that much. And he has not posted on social media about it. Raven Feather says, I live in the area of that refinery, and we've barely heard anything from the event that happened at Cherry Point. Yeah, as I mentioned before, Trump did return to the White House from the golf course. And there's a lid. He's not expected to. White House arrival in lid at 7:45 p.m. Alex Malarkey says, "Do you think?" Oh, we never did. We did a poll, right? And I never told you what the results of the. I was distracted. We have a poll going. Let me get the results of the poll. Alex, by the way, wondered. Alex Malarkey, do you think the price of oil will be significantly higher when futures open tomorrow? I have no idea. It's a fair question. I do not know. So yeah. Again, I don't know enough about. Is it weird he didn't go to Florida this weekend, or maybe there's a perfectly good reason for it? Chaos Bite says he's not in the Situation Room for fun. He reportedly had a Situation Room meeting earlier this morning. Okay, let's look at the poll results. The poll I forgot about for a second. And you thought about it and you put your answer in. You thought and then you answered. So my question was, will there be in-person talks between U.S. and Iran before the end of the ceasefire, which the end of the ceasefire is Wednesday? Now, over there on YouTube, 75% say no. On Facebook, 82% say no. Oh, it already ended on Twitch? Oh no, it disappeared. Hey, Twitch it doesn't keep it up there. Hey, what was it on Twitch? What did it end up being on Twitch? Was it 80% no? Can somebody tell me in the Twitch chat? It's ridiculous. It just says 82% no, says Moving Reader. Yeah, it was around 82% no on Twitch. Thanks everybody for answering. Chi-Town Bear, McDougan, and everybody else. So again, all of you guys are around in the same rough place. Way more no than yes. There were a couple outlets yesterday saying that it would purportedly happen Monday. CNN was reporting today it was reportedly going to happen. It was going to happen Monday. I don't know. It does feel kind of quiet. It really does. Thanks to All That's Random for being a member. Michelle Batten says, at this point, it's going to be hard to convince me that any talk will happen. Our viewer Jamie1833 says, "Funny how people think the war is over. Was over. It's nowhere near at this point over." What are they blocking it with? The threat of attacking ships. Several ships were attacked today. Either one or two ships was attacked by Iranian gunboats. Also, a container ship was hit by a projectile. The containers got hit. And a cruise ship in the area was missed by a projectile that landed near it. So either 3 or 4 ships were attacked. So they are closing it with the threat of attack that makes it so that ships do not want to go if they say don't go through. Mr. T thinks they were all warning shots. RB Jazzman thinks there's no one at the wheel in Iran. Yes, I believe what they've hit. I believe they hit a cruise ship that, I believe it was a cruise ship that had left the strait the day before, or in the past day, left the Gulf, and it did not have, I believe it did not have passengers on it. We're talking about one of the cruise ships. Several cruise ships seem to have made it out in the past day that would have been stuck, for 7 weeks in the Gulf. And the passengers would have not been on anymore, I presume. You can actually see it right here. Where is it here? Can I see it? Actually, you can see them. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those dark blue ones, I believe, are cruise ships. And they managed to get out, it looks like. There's 4. There's a MSC Eurybia, Celestial Journey definitely got out, and that had nobody on it. We heard about that yesterday. Celestial Journey was the first cruise ship to make it out that was stuck there. MSC Eurybia, Mind Shift, then there's one more as well. Can't see it, but so it looks like all 4 of those got out. You can still see MSC Eurybia and Mind Shift there. Those are both cruise ships. And they were both in, I think, in port in UAE for like 7 weeks. Hey, thanks, Kathy Leeds. Thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate that. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Chris D says, why did Trump say we took out their whole military? Thank you, Chris D. Thank you. Also, Ryan Luther G. Hey, Ryan, that's so nice of you. Thanks so much, Ryan Luther G. Also, Foot of Chaos, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks for Guy for the 207, who gifted a subscription. I think I thanked Jay Hoffman for subscribing already. Thank you, Jay Hoffman. I never ended the poll. All right, I just ended the poll. Is it strangely quiet? Our viewer Adrienne says, I'd rather enjoy quiet. I have not heard about Trump having any kind of meeting tonight, but you never know. He could be, and we just don't know about it. Why hasn't he posted about Iran on social media today? Why hasn't he posted for a while on Truth Social? Hey, Waltham Mass gave 5 memberships. Thank you, Waltham Mass. I appreciate that. I think Waltham Mass gave some before as well. Caleb thinks Trump is tired, and that's why he's not posting. Leia says, kind of odd, so quiet. David Joklotz thinks Trump has been made to look ridiculous by the regime. Kate actually says it's definitely out of character for him. Hey, thanks, Cat 1289. Thank you, Cat 1289 for memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you. Maybe he just has other stuff going on we don't know about. He's just busy with other things. Raiderette Simpson thinks he's probably been told to be quiet for a while and stop inflaming the situation. Arjank says operational security. Joanne Knight says discussions may be under the cone of silence. Buckeye Boy says, remember how quiet Trump was when they were rescuing a pilot? Oh, thanks, Pace804 for the memberships. Thanks, Pace. Pace gave 3 more memberships. Pace gave another one. Thanks, Pace. Stacy says whatever is going to happen will happen before the 28th. Why is that? Because of remember, you're talking about the War Powers Resolution, which gives presidents 60 days to get congressional approval for any hostilities in which they use troops, right? But the thing is, the president can get 30 more days. Basically, he has to sign a letter saying that those days are needed, I think, to bring the troops home safely. I think we're on day 50 right now. This is day 50. Yes, the ceasefire is through the 22nd. One of our viewers, Tui, says, I think Trump is giving Iran every chance to do the right thing. VK thinks the briefing yesterday set the attack plan. Trump returned to the White House to sign the orders. That's what VK thinks, our viewer. Gabinson TV says they've been given enough chances. Donda says, I think they will start again tonight. Leia says 50 days. Doesn't seem like it's been that long. Yep, it's the 8th week. It's the 8th week. Can you believe it? Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Susan Ray Silvestri, who gave 5 of you memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership. Thank you, Susan. Also, Tim Glenn. Tim says, I think with the earlier meeting of Hegseth, Vance, Rubio, and Trump in Iran closing straight again means the time for talking is now over. Remember, Axios is the one who reported that Trump convened a Situation Room meeting this morning on Iran. True Supporter says, keep an eye out for the next few hours, I think. Army Vet says, talk time over, Iran just stalling. First Amendment thinks Trump will post tonight. You can guarantee it. He could post at 2 a.m. tonight, President Trump. The New York Times says in Iran, people have access to a restricted and heavily surveilled domestic internet. Flight Radar 24, there's nothing that people are tracking that much. I mean, the top tracked flight has 1,100 people tracking it, which is quite low for most tracked. So I'm not aware of, none of the people I follow who know about this stuff are saying that there's anything that is hugely different and noteworthy on the flight radar. That's Flight Radar 24. Thanks, Rick 1964. Thanks, Omers, who says, I put my bets on CIA working all weekend. That's what Omer says. Thanks also, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Jerry says, the merchant mariners. When I would tell people I was a merchant mariner, they would have no clue what that was. Now they know we get shot at doing our job by the military. I just looked it up, and I got one. Maritime Institute of Technology says merchant marine consists of civilian vessels that import and export groups to other countries. The Government Maritime Administration of the U.S. government, I guess, also says that the U.S. merchant marine consists of privately owned U.S. registered merchant ships and vessels that provide waterborne transportation for passengers and cargo moving in domestic and international commerce. Mariners are the men and women who run it all, from our ports and connectors to vessel management and shipping around the world, says the U.S. Department of Transportation. Truth WSYF thinks Trump will wait until the end of the ceasefire to resume strikes. The green dot in the middle of the street, you mean this? That ship is not right there, I don't think. That position received is from 16 hours ago. So I'm assuming that ship has moved on. That's in a tugboat, an Iranian tugboat there. You can go to marinetraffic.com and use marine traffic for yourself, by the way. Thomas Hastings says, I feel like something's going to happen soon from the U.S. and Trump and Iran. How many ships have been attacked today? Either 3 or 4, from what I can gather. At least 3. Standing Watch, our viewer, says no one can ever say that Trump did not give enough opportunities for Iran to make a peaceful end to the hostilities. Yes, this is that is a live map, but I mean, you're looking at that island is 60 miles across. So you're not going to see a ship kind of rapidly move across the screen. San Solo says Trump gave them multiple outs. Roberto says Stone Age incoming. Thanks, Rick1964, for being a member. Thank you, Rick. No one's been telling me about Pentagon Pizza. What happened to Pentagon Pizza? Pentagon Pizza says, the Wise Guys Pizza, very close to the Pentagon, is reporting above average traffic. You can see there one pizzeria. Again, the idea is that maybe if they're reporting more traffic, then that means it's more likely that there's something going on at the Pentagon. That's at Penn Pizza Report. You can look at that there. One of the viewers said, which countries are most exposed if the Strait actually shuts down? Well, remember, it's been mostly shut down for over 7 weeks now. I mean, very few, compared to normal, very few ships have been going through. So the countries that have been most exposed are impacted already. I don't remember about most exposed off the top of my head. I mean, I know Asia, it depends on what different products you're talking about and which countries get their products from the Strait of Hormuz. But like, for example, Asia gets a lot of oil from the Strait of Hormuz. Also, some countries get a lot of fertilizer from the Strait of Hormuz, or I believe ingredients of fertilizer. But I think Japan, as an example, for example, CSIS says over 90% of Japan's oil normally passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's an example of one country. Actually, South China Morning Post had said that nearly 90% of Asia's crude oil passes through Hormuz, with China, India, Japan, and South Korea alone counting for 3/4 of that flow. But I mean, China, it's not a majority of China's oil. The U.S. Energy Information Administration said that as of 2025, In 2024, 84% of the oil and condensate and 83% of the liquefied natural gas that moved through the Strait of Hormuz went to Asian markets. China, India, Japan, and South Korea were the top destinations for crude oil. Also, South Korea also last year relied on Hormuz for 61% of crude imports and 54% of naphtha imports. Just to give you an example of some countries that have been very impacted by this. Salbo says, I think Trump is done with Iran. When he goes quiet, there is a reason. Can't say I didn't see this coming. But when you say when he goes quiet, there's a reason, that almost seems like you think that he is doing something with Iran. Lisa Jennings says maybe napping and then he'll be up all night tweeting. Scrappy Dougal says this is frightening. Sulan thinks there is no leader left to make deals with. It's now a fragmented regime with lots of different leaders. Remember, a number of the leaders got killed by the U.S. and Israel at the start of the war. Go Army thinks it's not going to end well. Oh, let me show you one other thing here. Hold on. AP says, someone mentioned jet fuel in our chat. Jet fuel supplies are lagging. What does that mean for airlines and travelers? A looming jet fuel shortage in Europe and Asia could compound the Iran war's impact on world travel within weeks if a fragile agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz collapses, making airfare higher and flight cancellations even more likely. As the summer travel season approaches, crude oil prices plunged Friday after Iran's foreign minister said tankers and other commercial vessels could again pass unimpeded through the waterway. Anyways, we know about that. But we don't know if there's going to be a deal to end the war. Let's see here. Jet fuel is airlines' biggest cost. It's a refined kerosene-based oil product. It makes up about 30% of overall expenses for airlines. And jet fuel prices have roughly doubled since the war began. Shortages could start next. The IE International Energy Agency director said Europe had maybe 6 weeks of remaining jet fuel supplies. In general, some European countries hold several months' worth of jet fuel inventory at a time. Some carriers have already passed costs on to consumers by increasing fees for baggage and other add-ons. Jet fuel is made from crude oil at refineries. It travels on ships and through pipelines and is stored by airlines at airports. If the supply on hand drops below 23 days of coverage, physical shortages may emerge at some airports, resulting in flight cancellations and lower demand. I guess that's in Europe, sounds like. One expert, Amar Khan, said every passing day the Strait of Hormuz remains shut. Europe is edging closer to supply shortages. The strait accounts for 40% of Europe's jet fuel imports. But no jet fuel has gone through the strait since the war broke out. Asia-Pacific countries are the most reliant on oil and jet fuel from the Middle East, followed by Europe. Most of Europe's jet fuel is produced by European refiners, but 20-25% of its supply is missing because of the war. To fill some gaps, the U.S. has increased its exports of jet fuel to Europe considerably, sending about 6 times the normal level in April, 150,000 barrels a day. Cornell professor Christopher Anderson said, this is no longer just a fuel price story. It's now a network planning story. Higher fuel costs matter, but so do longer routings, reduced scheduling flexibility, and greater uncertainty about what demand will look like even a few weeks out. Some airlines, let's see here. KLM said it would cut 160 flights next month, about 1% of its total European routes, citing rising fuel costs, and said a number of flights were no longer financially viable to operate. Delta Airlines said it is aware of potential jet fuel supply issues on the European continent and is monitoring the situation. In the U.S., carriers Delta, United, American Airlines, Southwest, and JetBlue, due to rising fuel price costs, have all increased checked baggage fees in recent weeks. But there's a worry, in some locations around the world, there's a worry of jet fuel shortages, not having the fuel. Not that it costs more, but that they don't even have it. So that is something to keep an eye on. Motor Nippon says cooking gas costs go high. I know that there's been a cooking gas shortage in India that we've talked about a while back. Indian Oil Corporation says India requires. Is that what it says here? Hold on. There is a cooking gas shortage in India because we've read about it before. New York Times says India relies on huge quantities of cooking gas that is normally shipped from the Persian Gulf. Oh, here's something else here. You can see this. Also on the jet fuel situation. Look, AP. Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left, Energy Agency head warns. Europe has maybe 6 weeks or so of remaining jet fuel supplies, the head of the International Energy Agency said Thursday, warning of possible flight cancellations soon if oil supplies remain blocked. He said, the longer this goes on, this war, the worse the shutdown of the strait, the worse it will be for economic growth and inflation around the world. The impact will be on higher gas prices, high electricity prices. Economic pain will be felt unevenly in the countries who will suffer the most and will not be those whose voices are heard a lot. It will mainly be the developing countries, he said, poorer countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But without a settlement of the war, and that will permanently reopen the Strait of Hormuz, everybody is going to suffer, he says. And the IEA head said, if we are not able to open the Strait of Hormuz, I can tell you soon that we will hear in the news that some of the flights from city A to city B might be canceled as a result of lack of jet fuel. He's talking about Europe. Night Vibe TV, we mentioned this before, thank you. Several cruise ships that were trapped in the Gulf for weeks appeared to have gotten out last night, or in the last day, including these two right here. That they appeared that they were stuck in the Gulf, I think near UAE, at the UAE, for like the last 7 weeks since before the war started. But about 4 of them, it looked like, got out during the past day. I don't know the exact details, but you can. We showed this before on the ship tracker, where you could see right there. See 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe those are all cruise ships, and they all. I don't know. You know, they're going very close to Oman. Those ships did not go close to Iran like we usually see the ships do. So I don't know if they had permission to go that way, or would they actually try to risk it without Iran's permission? Did they go when Iran said the strait was, when that post came out that the strait was open from the Iranian foreign minister? And just, again, I just don't know the details on all this, but they did appear to get out. Although one of them reported today having a projectile explode near their ship. Thanks so much, Night Vibe TV. Oh, President Trump did just post, not about Iran. Thanks to Bella Soph for mentioning this. Hey guys, look, it's President Trump posting on Truth Social. He just posted, maybe he'll post something about Iran. He said, whether people like Israel or not, They have proven to be a great ally of the U.S. They are courageous, bold, loyal, and smart, and unlike others, have shown their true colors in a moment of conflict and stress. Israel fights hard and knows how to win. Now, why is he posting that right now? Why is he posting it now? There's going to be some speculation about that. Is there going to be some joint U.S.-Israel action? Why does that get posted on at 9:11 p.m.? I think people are going to be wondering that. A couple of our viewers say that's weird. I mean, I don't, there's nothing really time specific about that post and of the content in it. And also, I'm not aware of, is there some meme? I don't know, but it just, in the post itself doesn't seem to be time specific. That's why I was thinking, I think some people might look at that and say, is the U.S. planning some kind of new military action against Iran with them? Dolly Clark says, very odd. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Bella Soff. I appreciated Bella for letting me know that he had posted. Oh, 9:11 p.m.? I'm not really, it wasn't at 9:11 p.m. It was posted, I think, at 9:08. I'll tell you when it was posted. Hold on. 9:07 p.m. is when it was posted. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's strange. Yeah, I mean, he he doesn't really post like kind of random thoughts usually. Anyways, so that got posted. Sometimes he posts in bunches. We'll see if he posts again soon. Trav Rake says his next True Social is going to be a zinger. I can't wait. Oh, Lone Wolf thinks he's preparing to back up Israel for something they're about to do. Hey, what if instead of the U.S. attacking Iran before the ceasefire, Israel did it? What if Israel did it? Josh Lacey says never happen. Rooster Rose says they likely will. I don't know. It seems kind of odd that he would post this apropos of nothing. Why is he posting that? What's going on? Thank you so much, Tundra Jason. Tundra Jason, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Also, B. Givka in Canada, who says U.S. equals Israel. Everything they do is coordinated. The rest is just theater. History tells us so. He posted again, but about the Heritage Foundation. And here's the next post. Great Words in Wisdom by Robert Greenway, Heritage Foundation, Allison Carter Center Director on the Mark Levin Show tonight. Thank you, Robert. Does that sound like somebody who's prepared to do a big military action tonight if he's posting about the Mark Levin Show? I don't know about that. Ginger says he's about to start firing off his posts. Thanks to Ty Lurker for the memberships. Thank you, Ty Lurker. Also, Anthony H. Marcoser. Anthony H. Marcoser, thank you for the memberships. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks also, Neat Springs, for being a member. Also, Sushi Surpass from Costa Rica. It's very nice of you. Thank you. We'll see if we get an Iran post from him. But we've already gotten 2 posts. Yeah, some of our viewers are claiming there's all these tankers on flight radar. I mean, we've had times where we saw just tons of tankers, refueling tankers. And I don't believe that stopped the last few days. I mean, it would make sense that the U.S. would be prepared with tankers if they needed to do some sort of attack. So I see one tanker. This has been happening all the time where they take off from Israel and they fly towards Iran. That doesn't mean there's going to be an attack. I would think that they would want to have tankers in place just in case they needed to do something. Maybe they're conducting surveillance flights. Maybe they keep flights over Iran because in case Iran decides to fire some missiles. Nobody I follow who follows this stuff has said that they notice anything hugely different. Still waiting to see if we get an Iran post from President Trump. He's posting now. Shout out to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Ruth is there. Thanks, Ruth, for being there. Haley Girl is there. Thank you. Haley Girl and Ruth. Hold on. I don't know what ASAP is talking about. ASAP says Trump posted on Facebook about the war 10 minutes ago. I don't know what you're looking at, ASAP. I'm not aware of this. I don't see it on his Facebook page, but I don't know why he'd be posting on just Facebook about the war. That doesn't make much sense to me. Thank you, ASAP. What happened to... Oops, I have too many things open now. Too many things open. Thank you, Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah and Surly Dev, all modding. Thank you. Thanks also on Twitch. Thanks, C-Boys on Twitch and the Moist Bama Fox. Thanks for your support on Twitch. And Aaron Weirdo, thanks for your support on Twitch as well. Thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X. Thanks, Paul Anderson. Thank you, Paul. Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, Kay, for modding. Hey, thanks, Brian Davio, for subscribing. Is Israel still bombing Lebanon? They're in a ceasefire right now. There's an Israel-Lebanon ceasefire, which includes Hamas, includes Hezbollah, apparently. There was an Israeli soldier, I think, killed in the past day, but it was due to an explosion from an explosive. It wasn't... I think they were searching something. Oh, I'm sorry. That was before ceasefire, I think. Yeah, that soldier was wounded on Friday. I'm seeing. So, yeah, there's no... I haven't seen reports of the ceasefire being broken. Well, Israel has said that Hezbollah has violated the ceasefire by Hezbollah people coming too close to Israeli forces. And then Israel in the last day has had a couple incidents like that where they say we took out the Hezbollah forces because they got too close to us. Without getting on, we talked about this before, but you can see Israel says another Hezbollah ceasefire violation. IDF soldiers identified a terrorist cell that violated the ceasefire understandings and approached IDF soldiers operating south of the defensive line. The terrorists posed a threat to the troops. In response, the IDF eliminated them. So Manny Fabian said that the IDF soldier who was killed in Lebanon after an explosive device detonated, that happened hours after the ceasefire took effect. That's what, hours after the ceasefire took effect. And according to an initial IDF probe, says Times of Israel, the bomb was not remotely detonated and was likely automatically triggered. We're going to see if Trump posts anything else here. Will he post anything about Iran, guys? I see memes being posted from Trump's account. There have been 4 just reposts of videos, 3 videos and one picture. But no original posts since the one 12 minutes ago. Maybe that's it. Dom Machine says, I just joined Truth Social. Well, you can see his page over there. Mongol Mama thinks it's the time leading up to a ground invasion. Hold on. Don't want any sound on. There is a 41-second video that was posted on the Trump account. Again, that's not, where is that at? It's not even playing for me. Yeah, I don't know that he actually posts those videos and memes when it's just a repost. It's very possible that he doesn't post those. I don't know. He could post at 4 a.m. if he wanted to, or midnight. He has not posted in 15 minutes. He posted 23 minutes ago and 15 minutes ago. Nothing about Iran, and kind of an odd post without context about Israel. Odd because it's not clear why he said it. Here again is that post about Israel. Why is he posting that at about, it was a little after 9 p.m. He didn't say. He didn't say. He's posting it for some reason. Evelyn says because he is scared / worried. Appalachian says it's not what he posts, it's what he doesn't post. Well, he hasn't posted about Iran. Nothing about Iran, guys. Guys, yesterday Trump spent all day talking about how the Iran had opened the strait and the Strait of Hormuz issue was solved. And then today they closed the strait and they attack ships in the strait. And he doesn't say anything about it. Nothing. I'm sure he's probably upset about it. Said nothing about it. Nothing. Yes, as Donda said, he's still at the White House. What's going on? Alex Gordon thinks he's telling us he's attacking Iran. Read between the lines. Random Gaming says he'll wake up at 4 and threaten Stone Age. Yeah, I don't really care about I'm not really focused on the videos that get posted from his account. I'm not going to really worry about those. Joanne thought that the message about Israel was slamming NATO, which I understand. The question is, why is he posting that right now? That's my question. What is prompting him to post that at 9 o'clock at Saturday night? Thank you, Joanne, for writing in. Lulu says, I wonder what comes ahead. No, he's not been in the Situation Room all day. Not even close. He had a meeting in the Situation Room early in the day. He was out between like 1:30 and 7 or so. Not longer. 1:30 to 7:30, something. I don't remember. He did go to the Trump golf course in D.C. I don't know. It sounded like maybe he played, from what the White House pool said. Maybe played with Witkoff, but I don't know for sure. Anthony Marcos says, watch out, Iran. Shelley says, Israel is going to do it for him. No, we were talking about that. You just posted about what a great ally Israel is. Could you have a world in which Israel launches some strike in the next couple days on Iran, and they say, well, it's because Iran was recovering their missiles, and then it's a way for the U.S. to put pressure on Iran, but not to technically break the ceasefire. Oh, but Israel's part of the ceasefire too. So I guess it would still be broken. One of our viewers said he posted it after Mark Levin's show on Fox. He's commenting on whatever the topic of the show was. I don't know. It's possible that if Mark Levin really talked about Israel and allies, it's possible that he was commenting on that. I could see that. Sandra Lehart says, what does everybody think is going to happen? I think viewers think that something is happening. That's the sense I get. I think that many people in the general public think something's going to happen. Thanks, Crazy Yoda. I've seen some people claiming there's some big air bridge going on. I see these kind of posts all the time. I can't verify them. Again, I don't look at this because there's a war going on. I assume there must be constantly all kinds of U.S. cargo planes going into the region for resupply, I would assume. I may be wrong about this. And again, I follow plenty of people who really know the flight radar stuff, and I haven't seen a single one of them say anything about any kind of distinctive, new, uncommon, highly significant thing that they think they're seeing today on flight radar. So I just can't comment on it. Again, I don't know. Somebody will post something online and says there's a big airlift. I see these posts all the time, and I don't know what to make of them because I don't have the background to assess them. But again, I do follow plenty of accounts that are good with that stuff, and I've seen no one say a single thing about it. But also at the same time, I would think that frequently cargo planes are going in there. That's the best I can tell you. Thanks, Crazy Yoda, for writing in. And Misfits Studio. Eric Finley thinks war is coming. I think you mean, I'm guessing you mean the restart of the war. Well, the war is still going on. I know what you mean, though. Toxic UAV media says the war has been here. Nothing more from President Trump. He has not posted about Iran today. No posts. Dion says the fact that Trump is quiet on Iran should tell you something. Sickborg thinks the ceasefire will die in the next couple days. I didn't do this. I was checking some other sources for updates. Not really seeing anything right now. Not really seeing anything right now. Yeah, the Trump account on True Social now is just posting a bunch of videos and stuff. I would guess that's not even him. It's posted about like, it's posting memes and pictures and videos, and it's probably posted like 50 to them in the last 15 minutes. I don't think Trump is sitting there posting these things himself. Probably more. It's like 20 of them in the last 20 minutes or something. It's a ton of them. Maybe more than 20. Why did he post this? I don't know. Hold on. Buckeye Boys says something is going on, but I have no idea what it is. Arkvin thinks his statement is incoming regarding Iran. Fletch thinks it's a prelude tweet before next combined airstrike. B. Earhart says, my red phone hasn't rang yet. Sorry, I was partially covering that. We never heard anything more tonight about peace talks. Nothing. Ranker says, thank you for your attention to this matter. Thanks to Cosmic Brownies. I appreciate it. You know, we sometimes have these times where I think where the viewers, they get a sense something is happening or going to happen. Music Aaron thinks Trump will be weighing up the options. The Load Warrior says he has to press the big red button already and get this over with. HIG says it's what you don't hear that says it all. I need about a minute. Kelsey Crossing says we can smell it. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Hang on. I wonder if I can find. Hold on. There are so many just like meme posts going and photo posts on the Trump account now. It's crazy. He is not sitting there posting all these. In the last 2 minutes, there are 7 new posts in 2 minutes. 10 posts in the last 4 minutes. It's just like, a video and a photo and a meme and a repost and a this and a that. No, it's again, I don't think this is his team does this on his account. I guarantee he's not sitting there himself posting all this stuff. Remember back on April 12th, the Wall Street Journal on April 12th said Trump weighs limited strikes against Iran after peace talks collapse. And they had reported that Trump and his advisors were looking at resuming limited military strikes in addition to the blockade as a way to break a stalemate in peace talks. Hold on a second here. So I was thinking of that report today. The blue arrows are cruise ships. Several cruise ships that had been stuck in the Gulf since the start of the war appeared to make it out through the Strait of Hormuz last night. Tui says Trump got this. Van Perryman says nothing will happen until the Gerald Ford is in position. I don't know where its position is. I mean, I certainly read the last couple of days it was going into the Middle East region, but where it was already there, but I don't know where exactly it's going. The Ford, as of yesterday, the Ford was in the Red Sea, according to multiple reports. I don't know if it's going anywhere else. Black Cat said the Red Sea. Number of our viewers said the Red Sea. Here's a map from Institute for the Study of War of the ships they believe were attacked in the last day. The IRGC attacked several commercial vessels and halted traffic in the Strait of Hormuz today, likely in order to both gain leverage over the U.S. and consolidate their control over Iran's negotiations policy as part of an internally motivated maneuver. All of the attacked vessels appear to have been transiting along the Iran-imposed traffic separation route that forces ships to enter Iranian territorial waters at the time of the attacks. There's Samnar Herald, which got shot at. I think the Jag Arnav, is that the other one which supposedly got shot at? India claimed 2 of its ships got shot at. The Jag Arnav and Samnar Herald are both Indian ships. And then they said, we have not confirmed that Iran attacked the Serenity 9 or the Oceanic Eye, but their timing and routes are consistent with reports that Iran fired on 2 vessels near the Keshem and Larak Islands. That's interesting because, well, I don't want to get into all the details of this and go over all these again, but there was one that was fired on. It looked like it was a cruise ship was fired on, but didn't get hit. But I think that was down here by Oman. You can, I'll post a link to this and you can go and look at it yourself. I just want to show you this. But interestingly, the Institute for the Study of War in their update today, they say Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Commander Major General Ahmad Vahidi and members of his inner circle have likely secured at least temporary control over not only Iran's military response in this conflict, but also Iran's negotiating position and approach within the past 48 hours. I have no idea if that's true. The IRGC Navy attacked several commercial vessels today and declared that no vessel of any type or nationality is permitted passage through the strait, a reversal of Iranian Foreign Affairs Minister IRGC's announcement yesterday that the strait was completely open to commercial traffic. IRGC affiliated media also announced today that Iran has not agreed to participate in another round of negotiations with the U.S. due to excessive U.S. demands. Ahmad Vahidi and of individuals close to him may have effectively controlled the negotiations process throughout the war, which is traditionally a role reserved for political leaders. Vahidi likely intended to impose IRGC oversight over the recent U.S.-Iran talks in Islamabad. The IRGC continued to play an outsized role in Iran's negotiations after the Islamabad talks. The IRGC's consolidation of control over Iranian decision-making indicates the Iranian political officials currently negotiating with the United States do not have the authority to independently determine Iran's negotiating positions. The IRGC appears to have sidelined the more pragmatic figures with whom the U.S. has negotiated. Again, this is their take. It's interesting. The IRGC attacked several commercial vessels and halted traffic in the Strait of Hormuz today, likely in order to both gain leverage over the United States and consolidate the IRGC's control over Iran's negotiations policy as part of an internally motivated maneuver. The IRGC likely aims to secure leverage over the U.S. by halting traffic and driving up shipping and oil prices to impose economic pressure on the United States. The IRGC's actions are also likely to be intended to be an internal demonstration of power designed to exhibit the IRGC's control within the regime, and in particular its control over Iran's negotiations policy. The U.S. Navy blockade of Iran is still in effect. The U.S. Navy says it's forced 23 ships to turn back. No Iranian vessels have attempted to approach or test the blockade line as of this writing. Again, I'll post a link to this article if you want to read it. It's interesting. But they are claiming that the IRGC is exerting the most control in Iran over the negotiation process and major decisions instead of the political leadership. The IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, it's a multi-service primary force of the Iranian armed forces, you can see from Wikipedia. Whereas the Iranian army protects the country's sovereignty in a traditional capacity, the IRGC's constitutional mandate is to ensure the integrity of the Islamic Republic. Most interpretations of this mandate assert that it entrusts the IRGC with preventing foreign interference into Iran, thwarting coups by the traditional military, and crushing deviant movements that harm the ideological legacy of the Islamic Revolution. Originating as a radical ideological militia, the IRGC has taken on a growing role in nearly every aspect of Iranian politics, economics, including energy and food industries, and society. In 2010, BBC News called the IRGC a business empire. In 2019, Reuters described it as an industrial empire with political clout. IRGC's expanded social, political, military, and economic role under President Ahmadinejad, who was a previous president, has led many Western analysts to argue it has surpassed even the country's ruling clerical class in terms of political power. In 2026, Reuters described the Revolutionary Guard as a state within a state, says Wikipedia. Shirley says the silence is weird from Trump. Sloppy Joe says same way Hezbollah controls and supersedes Lebanon. Marlene thinks the IRGC uses extortion on the people. Hey, thanks to Keith Ward for the membership. Thanks also Adam James Abroad, who says, USA a laughingstock? Zion Jesuit Donnie a disgrace? That's what Adam James Abroad said. Thanks, Morris Farrow. Thanks, Morris. I really appreciate your support and you watching the channel. Also, Billy Cusack. Thank you, Billy Cusack, who says that Trump posted among all those posts a video of Frank Sinatra singing I Did It My Way. Significant? Who knows? That's what Billy said. Thank you again, Josh Barnes. He says, we bagged Maduro, but we can't clear the Strait of Hormuz. Well, again, remember also the thing about Maduro, that's a target you go and you get and you leave. The Strait of Hormuz, that's also something where as long as Iran can periodically fire a missile or launch a drone at a ship, that's going to effectively probably keep ships out of there. So very different requirements to grab Maduro and also clear the Strait of Hormuz. You mean clear it for people, make it so that ships want to go through there. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Josh thinks we should be able to do that. Yes, President Trump posted Frank Sinatra singing My Way. I see some people posting on this. One of our viewers just mentioned that. I can't play this because I don't have the rights to My Way. But what he did do is he did yes, it is a 3-minute and 50-second clip of Frank Sinatra singing I Did It My Way, guys, that is posted on his Truth Social. Why he posted it there, I don't know. Maybe he posts stuff there like that all the time. Loner Checky says Trump is trolling the whole world. Hey, thanks, Chad Stew. I appreciate that. Chad Stew, who asked if the U.S. could fund a canal in the area to solve the issue going forward. My short answer is numerous experts and analysts have said that they expect in the coming years that countries in the Middle East may construct new projects to work around the Strait of Hormuz, but that would take many years. Those are difficult, very complex, costly projects that would take a long time to build. There is no short-term construction workaround, quick canal kind of thing that you could build to avoid the strait in any kind of short term. I've heard years is what it would require. Are we going to go the whole day with him never commenting on the fact that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and attacked ships in the Strait of Hormuz? Is he just going to not comment on it? It's interesting, I'll say. Sydney says, think he will order to hit power plants now. Old and Broken says he is too busy planning the attack. Darcy says he's not going to say anything for good reason. We'll go for a little while longer. I don't think I'm going to stay up all night waiting for him to post. We'll go a little while longer and see if we hear anything else. I just have no idea. Obviously, if we get off the air and something happens, we can come back on the air. Lou Jane, thank you. Lou Jane says Trump is silent on purpose. I think maybe he's diverting attention away from something big. Oh, Los Gatos de Wilson says Facebook is close to ending. If you watch on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So if you're watching on Facebook right now, the stream is going to end in 15 minutes on Facebook. I might restart it, but I might be restarting it for the last 5 minutes. But I'll keep an eye on that. Thanks, Los Gatos de Wilson, for mentioning it. By the way, thanks so much to Brian Davio and Susan Priest-Buchner for being subscribers, and Barry Eisler. Thanks, Michael Fergal, for the Facebook stars. Kay and Paul have been moderating over there. Kay Larry Body and Paul Anderson. They're moderating on Facebook. Susan said, is there a vote in Congress Tuesday about the war? By the way, thanks so much to hold on a second. There's been a bunch of votes already. There's been a number of votes about the war in Congress. I think some of them are certain people in Congress are trying to vote on stopping the war, but it doesn't pass. Yeah, I mean, a couple of days ago, the Washington Post says, a couple of days ago, a measure to block President Trump from ordering more strikes on Iran was defeated along party lines 214-213. That was a couple of days ago. A similar resolution failed in the Senate on Wednesday. Democrats have forced votes on 3 other war powers resolutions since the war start, all of which have failed. As to whether there's another one, there might be, I'm not sure. Roger Davis says this is just as unnerving as the Cuban Missile Crisis. Hey, thanks, Josh Barnes, by the way. Thank you, Josh. Also, I appreciate that. Also, Rick Campbell. Thanks, Rick Campbell. Rick Campbell says, I find the hatred of Israel and the Jews so disturbing. In my opinion, Israel is helping us fight for Western values. I certainly understand, though, people, if they think that Trump has been strangely quiet today about Iran and given what's been happening and think something is up. I totally understand that. But, we'll have to wait and see what we hear and what he says. And just a quick reminder of the attacks that happened today in the Strait of Hormuz. Up here, you can see where this is Strait of Hormuz here, around 5 a.m. Eastern time. The master of a tanker reported being approached by 2 IRGC gunboats. No radio challenge that then fired upon the tanker. Tanker and crew are reported safe. The video that's floating around of an Indian ship telling Iran, you approved us to go and now you're shooting at us, I believe is from this incident. But that's one of them. Then the next one was this one, which happened about 9:25 Eastern time. Obviously, it's going to be later than that local time. That is a ship, not same general area. A container ship was hit by an unknown projectile, which caused damage to some of the containers. No fires or environment impact reported. And then the other incident today was a warning. A cruise ship, I'm guessing one of the cruise ships that made it out of the Persian Gulf in the last day. The master of a cruise ship reported citing a splash in close proximity of the vessel. So those are the attacks. Although India said that 2 of its ships got shot at. So not the one that got shot at by the gunboats was an Indian ship, but it may have shot at 2 boats. I don't know, but India said 2 of its ships had been attacked. So, but that's all in the last day. And I think before that, the last attack on a ship in the area was like April 7th. So it certainly seems like an organized thing to all of a sudden have all these attacks going on. All right, guys, I think we might be getting to that time. I think we're getting there, What can I say? I'll be keeping an eye on things. If we get off the air and then 10 minutes later something happens, I can come back on. We do another stream. But I think for now, we're getting there. By the way, if you're watching on Facebook, I think the stream on Facebook is going to end in like 5 minutes. So Facebook, really quick, for the Facebook viewers, I'm going to say some thank you things, but Facebook, I'm not going to restart the stream because I would just be restarting the end of the stream. So Facebook, if you want to see the very end, you can go to another platform. really quick shout out to Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook, and our subscribers over there like Brian Davio and Barry Eisler and Diane Allworth and Susan Priest Buchner and others. Thank you, Michael Furgal, and everybody else for the Facebook stars. But yeah, feel free. Oh, Shannon Davis Hughes was moderating too. Feel free, Facebook folks. You can head on over to one of the other platforms and catch the last couple minutes of the stream if you want. But I appreciate everybody on Facebook watching. I appreciate everybody watching. So I'm sorry I can't tell you more about what President Trump has planned, but we don't know. We'll have to see. But I will, again, if there's something huge, I'll come back on the air. But I really appreciate people being here for the broadcast and following the news and discussing stuff in the chat, sending me updates. Oh, thanks, Sandy Zapp on Sandy Zapp on Facebook. I think I missed Sandy. Thanks for the Facebook stars, Sandy. And thank you for letting me read your comments on the air. Thank you for sending me updates about what you're seeing. Our viewer Human says, quiet, it's too quiet. The Israeli post was bizarre. Thanks, Human, for writing in. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And of course, we'll have more coverage of the war and what's going on. Sandra Lee Hart says it's quiet. So subscribe, follow, turn on the notifications for the channel so you don't miss a stream. We have our own notification system. It works great. You sign up once for free. You get sent a message before we go live every time. So sign up for the notifications, the free notifications. And let's see, what else was I going to mention? Oh, I will post on my X account when we're off the air if I see updates. If it's a big enough update, I'll just come on the air. But otherwise, I'll post on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for breaking news posts. @Lookner, that's what it looks like over there. @Lookner. Huge thanks to our moderators as well. Shout them out. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. We have people, all kinds of views in our chat rooms, which is great, but we have our moderators there to keep things under control and civilized and respectful. So huge thanks. By the way, I didn't thank John Smith. Before I thank the moderators, thank you, John Smith, for your support. I appreciate that, John Smith. But thank you to our moderators. Shout out to you. People like Beth Mythical, Ruth, Haley Girl on YouTube. Huge thanks for all your help. They're over there on YouTube. Thank you. And I mentioned Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson and Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook, on Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev. Thank you so much. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, and all of our other moderators too. Huge thank you. Thanks also to everybody who supported the channel tonight. So nice of you guys. That's what allows this channel to be on the air, is your support. A lot of really generous people tonight supporting the channel, so thank you. Hopefully I thanked everybody. I think I got everybody. I think I did. Yeah, so thanks again for your support. What else did I want to mention? Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X. If you're on X, follow us on X @Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live every time and post updates about the channel there @Agenda Free TV. We do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not on the air. A bunch of viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And what else do I want to mention? Thanks to our Discord mods who help out over on Discord. Thank you, Discord mods. Also, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications because that can help you figure out when we're live over there. But to do that, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you got to do is you need to subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Let's see. And if you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and just click the bell and choose all notifications. Hey, big thank you to, I mentioned our Facebook subscribers before. Thanks to all of them again. Facebook subscribers. I think Facebook stream is probably done. Yeah, the Facebook stream ended, as was expected. How about the Twitch stream? Thanks to our Twitch subscribers for supporting the channel, like Transport PKMN, Wall Street Shaggy, Justin D. Winters, Bubba Twitcher, Jack's Animals, Ma Florida, Chi-Town Bear, Hugh J, Sarah, Tuckfexus, Glueman, Simp Nasty. Thanks Stout Rat for watching. First time chatter. Thanks Stout Rat for your message. Justin D. Winters, thanks for subscribing. And who else here? Did I thank Tuckfexus already? I think I did. Rogue 2. Sandy Doggo, Stumpy Stump. Gam of 3. Glueman. Thank you, all of our subscribers. Huge thanks to our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. Thank our YouTube members. Oh, thanks also to Velibor Vucetic, our member. Thanks, Velibor, our new member. John Turpin, Zane Isaiah, Buckeye Boys, Sydney, Chinot 4R, Eric Johnson, Patricia Grace, Ada Gedden, Gregory Scherer, Benny Hill, Austin Batman, Dom Machine, Lisa Jennings, thanks for being members. G Money Food Stamps, Evelyn in Maine, CAC, Terry Rose Investor, Platinum Dose, Zane Isaiah, Austin Batman, October Betty, Sydney, thanks. All the members over there. Thanks, Lee, for being a member. Hey, thanks to Booty and Sanoflex for subscribing on Twitch. NYR Man, thanks for watching. Thanks, Robert Kennedy, for watching. Joe Hart, thanks for being a member. All of our viewers. G. Breep, thanks for watching. Wolf of the West, thank you for watching. Schmanite, thank you for watching. The Northern One thinks Trump probably doesn't know yet. Maybe he's making up his mind, Trump, about what he's going to do. Lulu thinks tomorrow might be a big day. Thanks, Lulu, for watching. Cool TV. We'll have to see. You never know. Things could change at any moment. I'll be keeping an eye on it. If we have to, I'll rush back on the air. All right, guys. So that is it for now. I really appreciate you being with us for our coverage. What is going to happen with the war in the Middle East? We're not hearing of any new talks scheduled. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. They're not letting any ships in. What is going to happen? We'll have to see. All right, guys. Thanks, Angela Hooley, for watching. All of our viewers. Don Coe, thanks, Don, for watching. And all of our ex-viewers, thank you. All right, we are really wrapping this up, but I will be ready to come on again if the news warrants it. All right? So thank you so much for watching and being with us, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.